Good morning, everyone. My name is Beth Thompson. I'm doing the acknowledgement of council today. Government India achieved that Kanamuli Open Hopefully Gajajawa. Manyang Gajajawa Ninja. Yin Yang Yellow. So begin to acknowledging the younger and tribal people, traditional owners of this area, Aboriginal, and the land on which we are today. I pay my respects to elders past present and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders who are present here today. If you didn't notice, I said Nuggeting, not Mearingen, because that is the traditional word for Brisbane that was brought to us by Alexandra King, a Younger elder, and Dr. Kerry Charlton, a language woman. So from now on, if you could please use Nuggeting instead of Mearingen in anything that comes forward. Also, I'd like to pay attention to the acknowledgement of country and the fact that there are certain people trying to get rid of welcome to country. If you're unaware, we are not welcoming to Australia, we are welcoming to the land of the traditional owners. So if you're unaware of these and why this is done, please do some education and look into that. I'd also like to acknowledge that this country, sovereignty is never ceded, and this always was, always will be Aboriginal land.
Thank you, Stitch. Okay, so game one for this opening day of Pacific Invitational 2025. We have the Brisbane City Rollers Blockers up against Sydney Roller Derby League. Playing for BCR, we have 1 for Thunderpuss, 221 Bad Wolf, 222 Bravey, 2 for Riley, 32 Scare Bear, 444 Eleni, 463 Happy Hidalgo, 482 Rip Rap, 6 Chaotic K, 613 Axel Rolls, 703 Peppermint Crunch, 8 10NN, 82 Jambi, 911 Bone Fracture, 96 Sugars. And on the bench we have Lumberjack, Silent Butcher, Dominator, and Chomp Sonya.
Rampage, 121 Fox Decapitator, 13 Dr. Hulu, 14 Bulldog, 288 Shopro, 3 Skunky, 5 Captain, 505 Rainbow Smash, 51 Surround Pound, 7 Cushion Boots, 711 Mother Fuzzer, 73 Taratoma, 925 Yoshi, and on the bench we have Velvet Whiplash.
And maybe some more?
Maybe someone else? My one doesn't have enough, sorry. I only got partial information.
Maybe not Gordon Ramsay, I didn't hear quite enough F-bombs.
Valid. Maybe one of the chefs in Brown in the current controversy.
Just some big MasterChef fans, maybe. your lips. And for singing, we would like to hear when you can say, push in boots. Sugar is absolutely jam for GCR.
Lovely bit of offense coming through the house.
ACR 4. Yeah, we put those first points on the board.
Well, we're starting second too.
Exactly. We still very much relevant enemies. We've got Jen out on Jen line for ACR now. And for Sydney, that is Shop Room. So Jen picks up a lead. There's been a stop up on the Sydney side. That is now surround pound with the Jen stop. So Jen calls to Jen. Pedro also completed an fast position. Okay, we've got PCR 26 sitting on 2. The pivot there, great sound though. It was fantastic. We've got Bellamy on the piano line for BCR. And I think we're back to pushing next to Sydney. Very strategic there. Both pianos getting out about the same time and pushing roots deciding no. Yeah, no. We've got Rampage for Sydney, who is with Gemma up against Riley for BCR, who has also completed their mission. I love that that's great. I just love Rampage. Rampage picking up 4 points for Sydney there and following the net. Riley sneaking in 1 point for BCR, taking our scores 2 versus 6. A cheeky body. Up for BCR. And that is shot room for Sydney. Headed to the penalty box, so this is a foul from Sydney. So that is a large amount of defense that Stockholm will have to fight through. Not all I want to come up against. Look at this screen. This is currently a push of all the colours on the front at this moment. Penalty box for a clear first ref, I believe. Got it, Sydney through by Adam Doctor. Okay, has returned to the track from the penalty box. This penalty has started. Both teams currently down a blocker. Absolutely. Yeah, hey, that one to Paula. Doctor and Paulie again. We have Sydney on 9 points after that jam. BCR remaining on 30. We are 10 minutes into the first half. And we'll have a brief make advantage of this situation and I put Hodo in the penalty box. He's the 38 to Sydney 9. Taking that power there because who else would you put in that situation? I think it's pushing through, so we've got 4 foot, ACR. And on Friday, it's back on track from the end. Then it's through for another 4 points, and Sydney leads a lot of the penalty box.
And how will they do us in got it.
Not the place where you want to have that kind of stuff. I mean, I guess for initial, you know, from Lincoln. It's always sad though when you just see a Gemma loser and just running laps without the star and not scoring a single point.
Or you don't have a reversible one because that's put out backwards.
Oh, no. Demonstrating why they belong on Team Australia with that little jump.
The Wonder Woman has doing that.
Oh, exactly. And perfect execution, just shutting down the other team, picking up your points.
It's in the money.
So pushing roots out to Sydney now up against Kane for BCR. Mrs. Oliver, we do not think any points.
I was literally just thinking it and I thought I was going to say it. Alright, and that is Riley getting for this year up against Rampage and Sydney.
That's really what Riley does best. Fancy footwork, can't read. Tippy toes again down the inside line to pick up 4 points. Rampage Everton penalty box for a cut track penalty. Riley pulling his end, always picked up the ball.
It's a good demo where you want to reverse so you can call it. And then icing it on it.
That math really hurts my head, I reckon.
You can't ignore it.
It's not even counting to 4 though, it's recognising which 4.
Especially if you're always using helmets. Balancing having the opportunity. Use your power again.
activity, but it's not making it easy for Bellany to get out for into pass. That is an area solid watching the team of defense. Then they return to probably a penalty loss and making sure it's across. Bellany picking up a few quick points and calling again. PCR on 61 to Sydney 13. We've got Sugars backed up on the general line for PCR. And I want to say that's shot from the 60, but we don't have the best viewpoint. I think it does. I think you're right. That is Stockton. Another couple at the front of the track. The Sugars gets chaos to pick up the lead down with PCR. Sugars untouched her at the outside to pick up another 4 points. The PCR being so strong with that reforming around the bush. They're going to make another 4 points for Sugars. To the inside there, too. Similar to this official review is all about. with the gossip.
So soon we're looking for a low-top home and that kind of residence. But contract was 3 weeks test. And then go to the broker and camera file. So no call signs.
Currently on track, we have Jamie Brisbane off of BCR, but Yucky also completing initial pass for Sydney. Quick points, finish jumping down again. We have BCR 79 to Sydney 13. On the Gemma line for BCR. And then pushing routes. Chaotic K, stop lead BCR. But it's seen Australia stand of battle.
You can't not say it though. It's too service value. It's going together.
KWK picking up 4 points there, taking BCR to 83. We have Riley out on the jam line up against Pluto in the Sydney. And that is Pluto. It's just a fun name to say.
Like, I'll be honest, that's like a thing to show.
That is Riley completing the initial pass. Pluto unfortunately going to the penalty box for a cut track service, taking a 2-minute jam. I think, yes, our first jam with no lead. 4 points picked up by O'Reilly. A core ball right there for Riley. That takes me back. Pretty good opening. Good days. Proto back from the penalty box. And unfortunately going straight back for Laura. Riley through for another 4 points. Solid effort there from Sydney. The fact that this has been a little power jam in this jam, and Riley really taking 2 scoring passes so far. Take that first. Take that first. But still some great defense by Sydney. Hello, yeah, no time to track. Just as our time is about to run out. After that here, Riley picking up 16 points at BCR on 99 to Sydney 13.
4 points to say okay.
And we've got Ren out on the jam line for Sydney.
And Fallon or PCR.
for Sydney. So you're going to be potentially doing an absence penalty in this moment. Looks like it is. Further already. I think it results in the penalty box. Puts the downside of being captain. You can be sent to the penalty box for things someone else did. Oops. Okay, so we'll be restarting, but now actually Sarah will have 3 blockers. So very slight back advantage to Sydney. Early score Jeffrey down, picking off a lead for BCR. Not even remotely ready. Listen, good. We do have a fast pass. I'm not wrong. No. That's what we want to do. Jen's deciding to instead go full blocker mode. Cameron on Jennifer. We looks like a couple of 60 points there for BCR. Taking them to 104 to Sydney 16. That was really fast, but it did run far enough to get stable out of the game. You've got a second question. Alright, we have Yossi up against Clifford on the Dandelion currently. That was a big skeleton on the outside there, taking the Yossi way out of bounds. That one. In my soul. And a booty. Clifford's headed to the penalty box for a cupcake, so this is currently a power jam for Yossi. Oregon. Yossi through for 4 points. Holding it down a little bit. It's kind of weird though, just to slow things down for a second and give the team a chance to catch up. Just a through for another 4, but Clifford is up on track from the bench. Shooting some complete into the pass. Yossi calling the jam. Sydney 24 to 26, not bad. To BCR 104, we are into the final 4 minutes of the first half. We have Darren up on the Dandelion up against Stockroom for Sydney. Still a slight happy market. Oh, Darren down on the outside. What is he calling the biggies? Going through for me with some fancy footwork. We have a Belfast piece around now. There is Paul. PCR 108 to Sydney.
26. And we have KLCK.
And that is Hodo to Sydney.
Thank you.
Really ran outside for a meeting, so we're also taking a little pass. It is in full marathon circuit. Coming into our final 2 minutes of this first half. Time for 1 or 2 more dance. Maybe they're, they have to be real short. We did have that 7-second gem.
That's true.
So we have Christian Roots up against Jen on the green line. Jen is out, but it is Christian Roots who can't lead. And again, another very short jam.
I think we made that happen.
You did. Manifesting. We have Randy up against Riley on the green line. I love the alliteration there.
No bueno. I will let Ray explain this one to you, but it looks like you did not win.
Yes, so that was an unsuccessful official review. BCR was seeking a charging penalty on the black jammer for blocking a down skater, but it was deemed that the black skater had no way to avoid the contact and it was fleeting and non-aggressive. So the no questions. One per month, unless you win one, and then you might get to take it. Currently, we have Sugar 750 in that for a penalty of some description. And Yoshi is not lead, so this will be a 2-minute jam to finish the half. No, I think we made the 2 short jams happen, but we did not ask for any 2-minute jams. Yoshi picking up 4 points.
Still for first one in this half.
There's some slipperiness on the track today.
I think there's magnets.
Magnets?
Yeah, there's little starts pulling them down to the bar.
Makes sense. Lots of penalties for Yoshi.
And then
Well, and 37 penalties. But we are at half time.
when the scores set on
PCR 112 to Sydney 34. Go get yourself a drink and some raffle tickets, and we'll be right back. We have BCL 151 to Sydney 48.
19, just under 19 minutes left. With Sugars up ahead, someone. I think that's over. That is.
Alright, we have pushing through the front.
Something else happened in England.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. There was a lot of whistles and gestures. We do have some people sitting in the penalty box. For BCL. I heard at least one forearm get called. You might do that. We have a felony out on the track for BCL and maybe a doctor for Sydney. Up on the data line for Sydney, and that is Chaotic Kennedy for BCR. Yep, he's down, but not out, and now completely initial pass picking up the lead for Sydney. Chaotic K also took the initial pass. That is some very good work there by Yossi.
We talk about it down in 45.
Oh, that was good. We have Randy out for BCR up against Push in Boots for Sydney. Almost into our final 15 minutes. Yeah, up on the lead, Gemma. They are pushing this also completing initial.
That's behind.
Great. I love to see it. Makes things more exciting. BCL 156 to Sydney 52.
Again, sorry?
No idea if you'll be able to hear this, but for our friends watching the live stream, we are working on sound. We have Riley again on the BCR. And her initial pass. That was a 0 apiece there. But Sydney do have a flow through. That's how the panel got to the end. So we'll have a slight half advantage to BCL whoever wins this next game. And we want to again have Melody up against Stockport in Sydney. And that is finally now to BCL. Oh, Tony and Ali two both hitting the net in spectacular fashion. It was synchronized. Going in good for 4 points for BCL. Great opportunity, penalty box score and a low box on that newly awarded gem. That is the round winner. That's another combination there. So that round two for initial. Alright, we have Yoshi on the ADELAIDE against Jupiter. What's the Yoshi? Sorry, Yoshi completes the initial, but Jupiter is still awarded gold. They're blocking to get out of the penalty box before applying it. I was going to say, my maths is mathing, that will be 0 points to either team. And we have a Sydney timeout being called. And we're back in timeout. Alright, that is pushing up against Jamie on that jammer line. And it is Jamie through for the jammer for BCR. And it. Points is going to go with that. Jamie through for 4 points. Pushing through completing the initial pass. And Jamie calls the jam. BCL 173 to Sydney 52. 11 minutes left. Got chaotic K lining up for BCL, and I believe that is Homer on the Sydney. What did you think? I have no idea, sorry. And now they want to take a little demo. Totally through for initial pass. Riley on the jam line against Jockroom for Sydney. And a locker. So it's out again with the packaging. Oh, that was so there, I believe. So sitting down another blocker and Sugar picks up the lead. The fight for Sugar seems to be causing a little bit of that will probably be the benefit. So, yeah, it's not very good focus. So they're through to their points with their little make at top. And Sugar is once again rounding outside for another 4 points. Takes care this time. There's 12 points on the board so far. After the Jockroom up on track for the penalty box. Not wearing Sugar's from the 2 moves. We've had a second one, so return on his team. Honestly, one of the best jammers I've seen at them. I don't bang that way. No, I'm falling flat on my face. Oh my god. We have Jammy up against Rampage on the jam line. And it's through for a lead for this year. Rampage running against a full wall of BCL blockers.
And I believe that's Yoshi for Sydney. Melanie out for the jammer, and Yoshi completing initial. So close behind. Melanie deciding to block. Wait, what? I don't think I've ever seen that happen.
I told them. We have to hold this previous one, I believe. And a lot of the tenant right now. And we have too much shooting up the lead. They're like pushing boots. Also out for initial pass. Yeah, 9 points for anyone there. Just slowing down that clock a little bit.
there's been 2 pointless jams in a row with chaotic Cave shutting down Homer.
There is a point to this, but that point is not points.
Sometimes the point is yes, exactly.
It's another jam you have in the matchup.
Jam Cave, if you will.
And a start once again for Karate Time.
PCR 205 to Sydney 52. I feel like I should leave all nations of surround town for the rest of the game to planning because it just feels so much better with that Scottish accent.
You're right. I need to try practice rolling my R's a bit more.
We have Yoshi on the exam line up against that is Sugars.
Once again, we are pointless. I feel like that, Stanley.
What is my purpose?
What am I doing with my life? Okay, pushing boots up against Melanie for the touchdown. They have not had any points in the last three.
I think there was one daily points in there in between the initial. Melanie with a beautiful little latex top there. Apparently not. Oh, apparently not. Melanie's inside out. They have a huge bit of chair. Maybe it just depends if anyone calls it you need to time out at the end. My maths is nothing. We have a Sydney block against the penalty box. And we have a gem of now. Christian Briggs heading to the Invitational Cup track.
The old switcheroo.
Felony is released.
Oh, so close to doing a 1-2 on the outside there.
That really is so beautiful if Felony had stayed upright. The gravity got it back there. Jam
Happy
physics.
overhead.
Felony through for 4 points.
27 seconds left in this match.
Felony down on the outside and run all the way back by the Sydney defense. That is a smart play. Christian Briggs working through a strong PCR strike and picking up 4 points. That is a jam call. Remains to be seen if we have time for another read. And we will have one more as Sydney have called a timeout.
So only way to the happen.
We have PCR on 212 to Sydney on 56, saying how on my number.
That will clear the floor.
The Queen safety first. I love Sydney's team chant so much. Just the yes just gives me so much joy.
But it also makes me a little bit hungry.
Yeah, true. They were talking a lot about sandwiches in one of the official reviews, and do with a snack.
Lead on the right. Turn on over. We have one more count.
Oh no, yeah. 6. Terrific game to watch. Great work from both teams. And great work from our lovely non-skating officials and referees. I have the purple ring.
I have and will continue to be earning.
us with a nice decisive call.
My phone's attached to but we've been given a link to the stream in the commentators group.
Alrighty, who we have on track now? Booty and Comatose. And Booty lead Gemma for Sunstate. Ooh, and fall for the Sunstate blocker. Sorry, pivot. Some really good derby blocking and offense to try to hold. That was just a washing machine of Perth blockers that Booty was stuck in at the end of that jam, but calling the jam. We have Sunstate on 10 to Perth on 4. That was a third jam, I believe, coming up now. Couldn't see beats for a second there. I thought we were about to see Lace's jam. It looks like that, doesn't it? Yeah. Would have been a surprise for everyone. Absolutely. Ooh, jamming for Perth, we have Locomotives. And Beach just gets through, finds... Does that again. Amazing. Let's see if they can do that for the third time. Oh, no, wait, almost on the outside line. Just tripping out of bounds there over the Perth defense. And that jam is called off with Perth Roller Derby 0 and Sunstate 4 going into the fourth jam. 8. So Sunstate leading on 18. Oh yes, sorry. Couple of last minute points added. Yeah. You blink and there's more points on the scoreboard. Very slight pack advantage to Sunstate with a Perth blocker in the penalty box. We have shortstop at jamming again for Sunstate. Shot for Perth Roller Derby. Shortstop picking up lead jammer. Entering the pack again, seeing if they're successful out, and they're knocked out by 313. 313 almost captured shortstop again, but shortstop got out. And Shrek is through for initial. Yeah, and Shrek put the panty back on. Shortstop calling the jam after picking up another 3 points there, taking Sunstate to 25. Perth remaining on 4. Shout out to our viewers at home and the live stream. We are working on the audio and so far there are many things that need to be worked out the first few games of these live streams. So many things. Alright, we have Lucy jamming for Sunstate and we have Fatality for Perth Roller Derby. And that is Brucey, lead jammer, as Gladiators takes a seat in the penalty box. Yeah, and Fatality gets out as well. Showing off that jam once again before that Perth jammer can gain points. Okay, next jam set up, and it looks like it's Heats for Sun State. And I think Amazon for Perth. I think it is Amazon. Yeah, correct as always, Rain. Well done. Ooh, a lot of shoulder work trying to get through that Sun State path. And strategy. Amazon out the lead for Perth. Those shoulders are weapons. Nice beat. Out, but just got the foot outside the line. Especially cycled by Indigo Floyd. These initial. And there's a strategy. You see the jammer taking the panty off their head because they think that they'll pass it. And then they do get out. And it gets the blockers looking around for the pivot as well, so it gives a pause. It's a little distraction. Exactly. Something shiny. Yeah. Then they get to put the panty back on if they can get out. We have Sunstate 28 to Perth 8. Okay, and it's comatose for Perth and short stop for Sun State. And at the same time,
But it is comatose who is lead jammer. But Perth deciding to play it safe and call the jam.
yeah, that is a really smart call since the other jammer is so close, but they don't lose any points. They don't gain points, but they don't lose any.
Okay, that is Beauty lining up for Sun State. Really fine there.
Yeah, everything. No.
Fatality is taking a bit of a run up into the jam line there for Perth.
Yeah, I love that. I love when they start in one position, they quickly snap into another position. It's really good to, be very dynamic on track.
Fatality is lead jammer, but Beauty has also completed initial pass.
That Fatality in the mix. Calling it on that apex line.
4 points picked up there by Perth, taking them to 12. Sun State remaining on 28.
Yeah, this is going a very interesting game with Perth really inching up to Sun State. So they must have changed their strategies right off the bat.
Sometimes you just need to be a bit patient.
Patient derby.
That is Amazon jamming for Perth. And yes, once again for Sun State.
Yeah, and a very strong blocking triangle holding beats in position, trying to find a chink, going down to the knees. My goodness, the slog.
The Sun State also not making things easy for Amazon.
Everyone just really squished together.
And it is Beats at the lead jammer, but Amazon also completing initial close behind. That is jam called.
Yes. So what Sunset was doing was holding one of the Perth skaters so when Beats gets around, they can get a easy point before getting to the triangle. And I think, no, I don't think that worked.
So allows control of what is considered pack.
Yes, that is right. As well as, keeping the pack, the triangle from not having that protection with that offensive skater as well. So,
Surprisingly a lot of rules and strategies for sport with so much hitting people.
absolutely.
Currently in a Sun State team timeout, just taking a minute to regroup and refresh.
And it's also giving time to fix up the track. The officials get to regroup as well and talk about what they've seen and the metrics. Hydrate. This skating just as hard as the teams. This is true hydration. You just reminded me that I need to have a sip of water as well. Everyone needs a sip of water. Right now, I'm having you in the audience. Sip of water. Thank you, Melanie. Refreshing. Do we need to get you your water? Okay. And that's the bell to continue the video. All day, everyone. We also have Peter from Spank Alley here. If anyone needs armbands or fixing of some local.
New helmet cover, the cover, shirt, pants. Spank Alley is here for all your derby needs. And who's there is on? We have Comatose for first. We have Flip Flop for Sunset. And Comatose sitting out for lead jammer. I think it's the camouflage shorts. They can't see Comatose. That's true. No legs, just a floating torso. A floating torso on Flip has also completed initial pass. And at 18.5 minutes left in this period one, we have PERTH roller derby at 15. They got 3 points in that jam. Some State 28. I'll tell you, commentating this derby is thirsty work. And that's why today we're sponsored by, I'm kidding. H2O, Nature's Drink. So we have Rudy, lead jammer for Sunset. Yes, and Fatality is driving the two Sunset blockers. With the pivot helping them out, putting a space, and that was successful. Fatality getting out of that. With a nice pull after getting out of that pack, getting all of the first points, it looks like. Sunset getting 4 points in that jam, so that gets them up to 32.
And we have Namazoon out on the jammer line for PERTH, up against Feet for Sunset.
Okay, and the jam is on. Both jammers are trying to find a way through the pack. Ooh, almost with PERTH jammer, Namazoon, but then
That is a very solid Sunset wall there.
it is, and they're waterfalling extremely well.
But that PERTH defense not making life very easy to beat. And Namazoon 3-foot lead jammer for PERTH.
Yeah, so, alright. Keep getting up. And a nice deep dip. Past Daisy Death there.
A very fancy beat there by Namazoon.
I love the beat dip. It's like, whoop, it gives it more space.
We have shortstop on the jammer line for Sunset. And I think that is maybe Comatose for PERTH.
I think you're right. I think it is.
We are gradually learning who these jammers are.
I know, and it's so hard because they're facing the front of that and all their names or their numbers are on the back of them. So if you don't know them because we skated with them, kind of hard.
But Comatose is lead jammer for PERTH.
Yeah. And what an interesting number to pick, 69.
Shortstop is through for initial pass.
Yeah, with some calls from the bench.
And then it's jam pull. Scores tightening up further, we have Sunstate on 32 to Perth 20. Heading about just over halfway into this first half.
Yeah, Jam 14 at the moment. So it is a fun game to watch. Both teams are very evenly matched. Think out- So we have Blue Team for Sunstate. We have Jack for Perth jamming it out on flat. Ooh, and the Sunstate Jackson is doing a wonderful job at holding track, and Perth as well using fast pieces.
But stretches through the lead jammer.
Yeah, and Stretch entering the pack again, trying to find success, Booty getting out.
So that is initial pass for Booty.
Oh, and still fighting. With Stretch and long it before Booty can get any scoring points. A little bit of state maintenance for Booty.
We are down to 8 points in it, Perth 24 to Sunstate 32. Alrighty, looks like we have another Zoom out again for Perth, up against Beef.
Yeah, I think it's Steve. Yes. We get it, yes. Thank you very much, Steve. Little help from our friends. Okay, so we have Beach being yielded and Perth blockers forming around. Beach finding a way out there on the inside track. I'm sure Mama Zoom will see if they could find a little bit of slice of heaven to get out.
Very solid Sunstate wall at the front of the pack.
Yes.
Who's doing a fabulous little apex to pick up 4 points.
We did see that. It was a lovely one. Seeing if they could do that again, but no, that was an unsuccessful one. Cut back.
So we now have a 2-minute jam and a power jam for Perth to give them a chance to close that score gap even further.
Yes, exactly. And because Beach was lead jammer, but they got a penalty, it's a 2-minute jam.
Amazon is now out for initial pass. It looks like we have a jammer down. Amazon also headed to the penalty box.
That was a low block penalty that was what? Penalties aren't always good. And you don't want to get more than 7 in one game or you'll be asked to re-hear. But it's a good space to reflect and to take a breather.
To think about what you did.
Exactly. Ooh, a nice hit out by a first skater to Beach.
Amazon picking up 4 points for Perth, but now we have hit our 2 minutes.
Holy mackerel is that blocker that's really good at hitting the jammers out.
That is great, man.
Oh, it is.
Currently we have Perth on 28 to Sunstate 46. Alrighty, we have shortstop jamming for Sunstate.
Ooh, yes, and shortstop with the very strong Perth lineup of blockers, making it very, very difficult, but they made it through. It's a lot of shooting, a lot of scoring.
And that is Fatality currently jamming for Perth. And completing initial pass after shaking off field.
Good work by the pivot to make room for Fatality to get out.
And that is a jam call.
28 to 50. Perth is at 28. Sunstate got 4 points, and now we're at 60.
And we have just under 10 minutes left in the first half.
gosh, anything can happen, really.
To our friends on the live stream, we are having a few technical difficulties this morning. Alrighty, we have Booty jamming currently for Sunset, and that is Comatose for Perth.
Comatose definitely isn't comatose on the track. Very, very dynamic.
Very awake. And who's the lead jammer for Perth? That was an excellent team offense by Sunstate there to get Booty out for initial pass.
Yes. And now Comatose getting out of that jam and calling so we get the points.
32 to Sunstate 50.
I love the little, when one pack goes out and the other goes into the bench, and you see all these little like high fives. Stacey definitely just shot some guns at the other players. Everyone is just so lovely.
Alrighty, we have Beats out jamming for Sunstate
and Locomotive for Perth. Is this Locomotive's first time out as jammer?
Jammed once or twice this half so far. That was some amazing one-on-one blocking there from Booth.
Oh my goodness, like a ping pong ball. The Perth jammer is just getting bounced around on that
That is a solid Sunstate wall there.
tripod, yeah.
Not to be outdone, Perth putting up a solid wall on Beats.
That was pretty. It was like a spin, a complete roll around the blockers, using the momentum against them to get out.
I think that jam potentially had no points going to anyone, but we did have a lead jammer.
But it looks pretty.
It did look pretty.
So for myself, I'd give them 10 points
The
for
style.
the effort. Yes.
Alrighty, we have, that is Shrek jamming for Perth up against Shortstop for Sunstate.
With 7 minutes left in this first period. Oh my goodness. And both jammers are fighting against two formidable packs. Ooh. With Perth roller skater Shrek getting out first.
Stalling of style there by Shortstop, getting through that inside apex foot initial pass.
Yep, and Shrek getting stuck in the triangle again and calling off the jam before Shortstop can gain any points for Sunstate. Trying to really halt Sunstate's momentum here.
Both teams using a lot of strategy deciding when to call these jams.
Absolutely.
We're now at 36 to Perth to 50 for Sunstate.
I mean, Perth only has 14 points. So they're really just, again, being very patient and getting those points. When they're lead jammer, they're making sure that they are really listening to the bench calls, really sorting things out. So when they do get the lead jam status, they can get some points, but then call it off before Sunstate can get any. But you don't want to bleed points.
And it looks like we are now in an official timeout.
Looks like track repair, doesn't it? Is it track repair?
Could be track repair, could be rec conferencing. There seems to be some discussion happening.
Yes. Whatever it is, it's a chance to have another water break.
It all looks rather important.
They could just be deciding what they're having for lunch is done.
That's true, potentially.
Food's important. Okay, so everyone, it's a party on the pivot line here.
And that is Beats jamming for Sunstate. And it seems to be a power jam. We seem to have think that is Shrek in the bin.
I guess that's what they were talking about. Not lunch at all.
Maybe. But Beats is through for lead jammer. I almost said boots. My brain was not working.
Well, it is Saturday morning after all. Ooh, stay in. That was amazing.
4 points on the board for Beats.
Yeah, well done, Beat.
Shrek has broken free of the swamp and is back on track.
Having the helmet cover off. That's another strategy. You can't tell where the jammer is if you don't see the star.
But Beats calls the jam. We have Sun State on 56 to Perth 36.
20 points in between them at the moment. So
See Comatose out on the jammer line for Perth. And maybe shortstop?
oh, shortstop, maybe, yeah.
That is indeed shortstop, jamming for Sun State.
Ooh, okay. It's a really good blocking pair.
We've got some 4D happening up the front there with that Sun State pack.
Really, really holding that first jammer. That, yeah, the 88 is trying to make a hold.
I was going to say that is Wheels, but I was looking at the wrong team. That is Saucers.
Yes.
Comatose is a lead jammer.
And
Shortstop
sitting out. Oh, it's Robbie Mason really trying to hold back Comatose, and Comatose calls it out before shortstop can get any points.
3 picked up there by Perth, taking them to 39. Sun State remaining on 56.
Yeah, and it looks like Beat and Namazu.
I believe that is Namazoon. We got a wave.
Awesome. Up for jammers for Perth and Sun State in this jam with, my goodness, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this period. And again, yeah, the jammers, they don't have it easy trying to get it out of the...
Both teams putting up some really solid defensive walls.
Yeah, they don't get far, really. There's a directional call for a first skater.
That is Peacock headed to the penalty box.
And yeah, another skater, 313, Storm heading to the penalty box as well.
So we have 2 versus 4 currently, and Quill's doing a beautiful little cut back to try and beat out.
He's just looking so exhausted.
That is a solid 2-wall there of Scoop and Lodgy.
Yeah, it is definitely getting a shot block call, so they had to go to the bin. But even with some of the blockers not around, Perth is still doing a really good job at holding Beat.
Namazoon is out the lead jammer for Perth.
Perth doing a really good job at just wearing the Sunset skaters down.
That is 4 points picked up by Namazoon.
Nice. Black hitting out Comatose on the outside line, recycling them.
We have a jar pass on the Sunset side. That is Quills now jamming.
Fields also now trying to get out.
And that is jam over. We have scores tightening up even further. We have Perth 46 to Sunset 56.
Yeah, that was a really good jam for Perth. They were getting a lot of scoring passes in that jam.
Time for 1 or 2 more jams in this first half.
Okay, so we have fatality. UT, yes. Oh,
It's fatality lead jammer with a power jam with Booty getting sent to the penalty box.
yeah, and sometimes that can be game altering. I mean, if the jammer isn't on track to get points, then it just leaves it all up to the other players, other jammers to do the best they can for that little
For that period of power jam.
yeah. I can't think of words as well. I'm without words at the moment.
But we have 4 points on the board for fatality.
It just means that, yeah, the blockers need to work even harder to try to hold the jammer.
And avoid the offense.
Absolutely.
We have Booty back on track from the penalty box.
And it's just a muddle of skaters at the moment.
We have had a star pass to Bloody Laces for Sun State.
Oh, and Bloody Laces hit out and has to be yielded back by first here.
That is 3-3.
Holy mackerel. The Bloody Laces trying to get through that pass.
Both jam is quite slowed down by the defense at this point.
It is so much about strength and cardio for the jammers.
That is another run back on Bloody Laces by the Perth defense. And fatality sneaking through for 4 points just as the jam times out.
Yeah, and now there's intermission. We have 8 points for Perth in that jam. 3 points for Sun State, bringing the score in 54 Perth, 59 Sun State.
Close game. We'll be back in approximately 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's see if I press play. You guys have such a good speaking voice. I think I couldn't think of the word. Like when the jammer goes out and the other jammer ends up more scoring points. All the people have strategy. And it's not the word that I want to use, but it's like when one team gets the upper hand from the other team. Oh, you want to work? What is that word? Where it's like this. Yeah, not really, but right. I'm grateful. Treat me, my vocabulary.
Read that perfect word. I got the audio going through that now. So I'll just bring that closer to you guys. Finally.
Cool. We'll try that and see how we go. I know. It's so funny.
Right now.
I know. It's going to kill me.
What are they talking about?
Mostly complaining about the audio.
like we have shortstop, first jammer on the line for Sunstate. And fatality for Perth.
And shortstop gets out the lead jammer for Sunstate. Fatality is like, why I oughta trying to get out.
And fatality down, but through for an issue. Yep, now it's definitely through for initial. Just a little bit of a recapture there by the Sunstate defense.
Very much so.
But shortstop calls the jam. We have 54 to Sunstate 65.
Yeah, Sunstate got 6 points in that last jam.
We have Chromatos on the jammer line for Perth up against, I believe that is Booty for Sunstate.
I'm surprised you could see Comatose with the, the.
I'm surprised I can see from here too. My vision is not good.
Yeah, but they kind of fly short. Are they even on track? We don't know.
And Booty is through the lead jammer for Sunstate. Chromatos also completing initial pass.
Yeah, and Booty back in the triangle from trying to get through.
Calling the jam. Sunstate 68 to Perth 54. Still quite a close game.
It is 3 points I got from that jam, with Perth getting donut.
12 points in it at this point.
Counting down as I speak the time. It's fine. You can take your time.
We have a big jamming for Sunstate, and that is number Zoom for Perth, but it is big lead jammer for Sunstate.
Nama zoomed it. Oh.
Number Zoom got squealed, but squeals also left the track, so number Zoom is free to run.
Yeah, and that was really beautiful because Nama Zoom was just getting right through on that outside line, and I thought that they were out, and then they weren't, but then they were.
Just that level of awareness some jammers have. I do not have that.
No.
We
I'm
have,
still surprised someone's skating most of the time.
and your facial expressions show it. We have, I believe that is locomotives potentially for Perth, and that is shortstop for Sunstate. And shortstop out the lead.
Absolutely doing a really good move so that number 7 skater couldn't get them.
And we've had a star pass. That is Dawson ending with the jammer star for Perth as shortstop calls the jam. Perth remaining on 54, Sunstate on 75. Scores widening up a little bit. But it's still anyone's game at this point.
As we saw in those last 2 jams in that first half, that when the jammer gets a foul and they sit on the bench, that is a really indecisive time. It's really, useful for the other team to then try to get some more points while the other jammer's unable to.
On track now, we have big jamming for Sunset, but elite jammer is fatality from Perth. Fatality getting fruit out of bounds by Squeals and calling the jam.
That was a fast jam. Falling it out on that 1 point.
1 point stuck in there for Perth, taking them to 55. Sunstate still out in front on 75.
Comatose out for Perth.
And I believe that's Booty.
Booty.
The other one. Booty picks up a lead, a jammer for Sunstate.
Comatose still trying to find a little thing in the Sunstate's walking armor, and it looks like there's a star pass.
Yes, that is Thorson now jamming for Perth.
Okay, so almost like a player-on-player connection out there with the first skaters. But they're all good.
The jam is called. 3 points picked up there by Sunstate, taking them to 78. Perth on 55. We have a shortstop lining up for Sunstate up against Zoom for Perth.
And both jammers, ooh, shortstop finding some space.
Lead jammer to Sunstate.
Shortstop having a lot of momentum that was just then stopped by the Perth blockers.
Zoom out on 1 foot. Some great footwork there.
Yeah.
Shortstop through for points, I believe, and then calls the jam.
Yes, before that, before the Perth jammer can get any points from Sun State, it looks like.
We have Sunstate 82 to Perth 55. Currently, we have a bit of a pack advantage to Perth on track with 2 Sunstate blockers sitting in the penalty box.
For the derby drawing.
And we have an official timeout being called.
Another thing is for official reviews, we're still allowed to run in, but we're not allowed to say what is going on until the refs have discussed it. Thank you. I guess they don't want us talking about it loud until a decision's made, I guess. I don't know.
It's a good time for everyone to just kind of get together and talk about their strategy during the official timeout.
And a good
rolling whistle.
And a good time for all of you to go buy a raffle ticket and take a sip of water.
Yes, absolutely. And there are like more than I expected on that raffle. There's a sexy box as well.
There's a tattoo voucher.
Yes.
There's a skate pack.
Oh my God, I hope I win one of them.
I will be going to buy tickets when I am done commentating.
Mm-hmm.
But on track now, we have Shrek, but your lead jammer is Shrek. And
Wow, that was such a close point scoring with Brett calling at the very last minute to ensure that they get a few of the Sun State points, whereas Sun State got 0. But that was close.
that was really close. Up now, we have Zoom for Perth up against Beat for Sunstate.
That was everyone up on the front line.
Both jammers down 1 blocker. I mean, both teams down 1 blocker, not jammers.
I know what you meant, Graham. I know what you meant. And everyone just decided they love each other so much they need to be very, 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 very close.
And Beat is through the lead jammer. Perth losing another blocker to the penalty box as Beats does a fantastic little apex jump to pick up 4 points for Sunstate. Unable to make it 2 in a row though and calls the jam. Looks like we're maybe a little bit thin on the ground for Perth blockers. We've got a couple sitting in the penalty box.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a pack advantage to Sunstate at this point. That is shortstop out on the jammer line for Sunstate up against Comatose for Perth.
With all the blockers, huddled up.
It's just a wall of white. And shortstop just running through the lead jammer.
I don't think shortstop was even touched in that. That was amazing.
Comatose having a bit more of a tough time finding a way out. Shortstop keeping things short and sweet, calling the jam.
With 4 points, bringing Sun State up to 92, Perth on 58.
I'm wondering if there's food outside because a wall of black just walked out the door.
So Johnny, go.
They could be just having a crew meeting.
Oh.
Alrighty, on track now we have Booty jamming for Sunstate, but Fatality is lead jammer for Perth. Booty also out of the pack though.
With all the OPRs rushing up, that's how fast the jam is. With Badger yielding up. Ooh!
You know it's fast when the refs are deciding to drop back.
All back, yeah. It was so fast that some people just lost their grips and slid instead of skate.
It's like a couple of points on the board there for Sunstate. We'll let you know how many when we can see the board.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing that we can see.
We've got Sunstate 95 to Perth
58.
Thank you.
I was able to see it. I knew it's like an hour.
Okay, on track now we have Shrek lead a jammer for Perth and Shortstop also completing initial pass for Sunstate.
And Perth finding, almost finding a way out, but shortstop was so quick on their tails, they had to call it for shortstop. Doesn't get any more points. Because what they want to do, the first graders, is they want to get the points while keeping the points away from some state. That's a strategy to win the game.
On the board, we have Perth 62 to Sunstate 95, 20 minutes-ish remaining in the half. We have Beats on the jammer line for Sunstate, and I think that's Namazoon for Perth.
Namazoon, yes. With both skaters, jammer trying to get out on the outside line. Beats goes back, but Namazoon gets out. And his lead jammer.
Looks like we had a couple of Sunstate blockers headed to the penalty box. Namazoon doing a jump, but not clearing the line, unfortunately.
But they knew that they didn't, and they yielded back.
Safety first.
Yeah, so they don't lose their lead jamming status. That was smart.
They did not get a penalty. And Beat completing initial pass with a little dodge around boot.
As well as doing some wardrobe modifications, fixing their elbow pads and putting their hat back on.
Namazoon picking up 4 points for Perth.
Beach trying to do an apex jump, but getting knocked out. Yielded back. So try again.
A little bit of a meet cute happening there, I think, between Daisy Deathray and Peacock.
I love that. It was a lovely meet cute.
If I know anything about rom-coms from the movies, that they're now dating. I don't make the rules. But that is a jam call. Looks like points going to both teams in that jam.
Yeah, and quite considerable. Perth got 12 points in that jam, with Sunstate getting 4.
Scores currently, Sunstate still leading on 99 to Perth 74. Looks like we've got Booty jamming for Sunstate up against Comatose for Perth. And Comatose picks up lead jammer. Booty also making initial though. Comatose knocked out and calling the jam. One little cheeky point picked up there by Perth, taking them to 75.
That was amazing. It was like really calling it in the air almost, and on the ground.
Oh, that's falafel.
Alrighty, we have shortstop jamming for Sunstate, and I believe that's Fatality for Perth.
We do get to know the jammers, seeing them time and again out on track, doing all the things for their derby team.
We're gradually learning.
Wow, shortstop with some really, really solid Perth blockers, just trying to find a way through.
Fatality getting around squeals to pick up lead jammer for Perth.
Very successful at getting through the Sun State defense and doing that again.
Shortstop being kept in an absolute washing machine of Perth defense at this point.
Yes, the Perth skaters are really working very systematically at ensuring that their jammer gets out, but also the Sun State jammer stays within their path, in their clutches.
Another 4 points for Fatality. Dolphin headed to the penalty box for a back block. We currently have 2 Perth blockers sitting in the bin as shortstop uses that to advantage and makes initial pass. Fatality calling the jam, but not quick enough to prevent shortstop from picking up points.
Yeah, 4 points.
But 11 points there picked up by Fatality, taking Perth to 86. Sun State on 103.
Yeah, I think shortstop with their speed just really surprised the Perth bench and that call. They didn't realize how close the Sun State jammer was. And now we have Booty.
I believe that is Booty up against Shrek.
I always want to call Booty Boots and Boots Booty.
And then sometimes I just fumble and call them both Boots. So we've got Booty sitting in the penalty box. So currently it is a power jam for Shrek. Looks like Booty had already maybe been awarded initial, so I think this may be a 2-minute jam. Awarded lead, sorry.
Yes, and all of the skaters are just huddled around trying to make a way out.
It is a swamp, but you know who's at home in swamps? Shrek.
That's right. Shrek is going to love this.
Booty is back from the bin and through for an initial pass. But this jam will go for 2 minutes.
Yeah, nobody has control of the jam. They all have to just do their best. And both jammers tripping.
I'm not sure what that was. Someone, it's like Director of Mayhem is off to the penalty box.
Yeah.
It sounded like something along the lines of like pushing a skater into a down skater, but that's not a penalty.
I don't know.
I don't know what wording they used to call it. But what do we got going on? We have a mush. We have Rudy getting run back by Boop. Now that's a tongue twister.
You did well with that.
Meanwhile, Rattling Bones defending a Shrek to the back of the pack.
Shrek trying to find a way out of the clutches of that Sun State player 111, Rattling Bones.
Into the final seconds of this jam. And there is our 2 minutes.
And it looks like it's 2 points for
Shrek? No?
No, well, I mean, all in all, it's 3 points, it looks like, for Sun State.
So they're on 106.
Perth.
Perth picked up 4, taking them to 90. So just 16 points in this.
With 11 and a half minutes left to this game.
Currently, we are in a Perth team timeout.
You know, I mean, because, yeah, 11 and a half minutes. It's a lot of time, and yet it's not a lot of time. So things can happen, they can gain points, but they need to talk about what jam is going to come out against what blocking pack.
But it might just be to take a breather, hydrate, refresh.
Could be.
All these things.
Absolutely.
It's the cutest dog out there with like a poodle haircut.
Aww.
Yeah, and it gives everyone a time to just kind of get back into their breathing, get their heart rates a little bit more steady. They can refresh a little bit because man, derby's hard. I ain't gonna lie, it's hard.
And that is time out over.
But yeah, we're not really running music in between, like for the timeouts and stuff, just because it gets a live stream. Oh, live stream. Because we're doubling up. These mics are also live stream. So anything you say is on the internet in perpetuity if they fix the audio.
Alrighty, we have Beats out on the jammer line for some state, and that is Comatose for Perth.
Oh my goodness, that was amazing. And so we have Beats as lead jammer for Sun State. Comatose still trying to find some coaches in that Sun State pack, and they're successful. Some gravity checking.
It does feel well.
That would be calling before Comatose can make a scoring pass, keeping Perth at 90.
Sun State 109. Looks like we have Rudy up against Namazoom on the jammer line. Alrighty, what have we got going on here? But
It is a lot, Rain.
there's a lot of mush.
Yes. So we got Mama June on the top of the pack. It looks like trying to get through the defense.
But it looks like Rudy has headed to the penalty box, so currently we're in a power jam for Namazoom.
See, and these are the changes that can happen in the game. With one jammer in the bin,
Well,
and
we again have a 2-minute jam by the looks of things with no lead declared.
yeah, so hopefully, if Perth plays a card right to the Timo try to get their jammer out, Namazoom can keep on coming, getting points.
Both pivots currently in the penalty box.
What, Namazoom? Oh,
Namazoom getting recycled savagely by Savage.
yes. And the Sunset Skaters, after the yield, forming a really lovely triangle to keep that jammer from passing.
The little baby run back there by Rattling on Namazoom, but Namazoom getting sent back again by Savage.
Yes. So, 228 Peacock was doing a really good job at stopping Savage from going back as far.
Those terms are tabling. We have Rudy back on track, but Namazoom is sent to the penalty box for a cut track penalty.
Oh, sad. That leaves now Rudy on track as the only jammer, hoping to get points at the Sun State and keep their lead firm.
As Johnny Smash would put it, it is Rudy time. So we've actually had a star pass that is now Bloody Laces holding the jammer star.
Yeah, and they were really driving, trying to get that pack away.
And we have
Perth.
Perth calling an official review.
I'm going to go suss it out.
Okay, you go. Rain is going to go and suss out this official review, that first ball.
Sleep last night. Oh, too excited. I kept on thinking I was going to sleep in. I had dreams of sleeping in all night. I'll definitely have to sleep tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. I forgot to vote this morning.
I slept in last night.
Well done. Okay. I love the program.
Derby's coming up. Derby's coming up. Hold your horses fast. Derby's coming up. Yes, we're live streaming.
now this official review is taking place. Once again, please take this opportunity to check out St. Alley, to get a raffle ticket, to have a look at other merch. I believe like a Sun State merch over against the far wall, opposite to the announcer's booth. There's some lovely, lovely merchandise. So please go and have a look. Have a little gander. Utilize some of that pocket money. And in the process, you'll be helping out Derby. Because all of the money goes right back into making Derby happy. I also want to add during this break that we're in the wonderful Mansfield, the piece called Eagles Sports Complex in Mansfield. It is a training ground for Sun State and BCR. And we're very thankful that we have this beautiful venue to utilize for our derby practices. And here's Rain coming back after finding out what the official review was.
So with the official review, Perth were seeking a blocking of the head penalty on the white pivot as a jammer, but the no call stands.
Yeah, I mean, were they driving with their head?
It was deemed that the initial contact was made with shoulder and any head contact following was incidental. But we have shortstop currently lead jammer for Sun State.
Yeah, and now we're doing fine to get out of the pack. Shortstop.
That was a fantastic pass there by shortstop.
Really cool.
Sneaking through.
Yeah.
Namazoon completing initial pass for Perth.
Ooh, nice contact at that by Thorson hitting shortstop. You have to be quick with shortstop. Very, very fast, squeaky skating.
We have Beats back on the jammer line for Sun State up against Shrek for Perth.
I love that everyone starts on the pivot line and they're like, surprise, we're on the jammer line now.
So just jostling for position. Everyone has a plan. Everyone's trying to do the same thing.
Absolutely. And we have 7 minutes left in this second period with Beats getting out his lead jammer for Sun State.
And Shrek also completing initial pass.
Wow, a beautiful apex jump and the call, leading Perth wanting more, but alas, no points awarded to them on that.
I realized when I ran out, I like 100% forgot to take the floor like I was going to at halftime. So between games, I'll try and get rid of some of this because it's currently danger zone over here. We might need to move this way too.
So we have Booty for Sun State and Fatality for Perth.
And it is Fatality getting just sniffing around the outside of that Sun State tripod to pick up lead, a jammer. But Booty has also completed initial pass.
Fatality out and down on the outside line, pulling the jam gracefully from the floor.
Yep, giving Sunstate 2 points.
Looks like
one.
one picked up there, yes. Taking scores to 122 for Sunstate versus Perth on 95. Just about to hit our final 5 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
This game's flown by.
Yeah. So 95, did we say the scores already? I'm going to say them again. 95 for Perth, 122 for Sunstate.
I did say the scores. But right now, on track, we have Comatose jamming for Perth, but your lead jammer for Sunstate is Shortstop.
Yeah, Comatose still trying to get through. And it is just an amazing array of blocking after blocking after blocking.
Shortstop is through for 4 points for Sunstate. Comatose still looking for an exit, but finds one.
Out. Well done. Put the panty back on their head. They're still jamming and they're trying to get a scoring back.
But that is a jam call.
Yeah. With Sunstate 129 in that jam, getting 2 points.
Perth remaining on 95.
And we have beats, it looks like, for the jammer for Sunstate.
That is indeed beats. And I think that is fatality for Perth. Both jammers looking for an exit from those packs, but fatality headed to the penalty box for a cut track. So this is now a Sunstate power jam.
Yeah, with a lot of cheering from the Sunstate player that they didn't yield back to.
Beats is through the lead jammer as Ratman Bones is sent to the penalty box.
Or direction. So Beats lining themselves up with the triangle of the Perth skaters and ends up getting yielded back.
Sunstate just being very patient with this power jam. Fatality is back on track and back into the Sunstate defense. Just narrowly avoiding Indigo Fury to stay on track and complete initial. But Beats calls the jam.
Yeah, right when Fatality was looking forward to hopefully scoring some points for their team.
We have Sunstate on 133 to Perth 95, 2 minutes and 40 seconds-ish left.
Now, that time, that could be 1.5 jams, that could be 3 jams.
It could be, yeah, anything.
Like, yeah, who's lead jammer? And they can call it off in 20 seconds, they can call it off in 50 seconds, you don't know.
And lead jammer is Shrek for Perth, but Shortstop is also out of the pack.
Ooh, and the jammer on jammer. A little bit of restriction there. 1 point
snuck in for both teams there, taking Perth to 96 and Sunstate to 134. Just under 2 minutes left. The first game, we were like, oh, there's a minute and a half left, and then there was 3 jams because there was 2 that were like 10 seconds. Looks like Namazoon out on the jammer line for Perth. Looks like we have a Sunstate team timeout.
A bit of last minute strategy here going into the end of the game.
I mean, if you got the timeouts left, you may as well use them for something.
Exactly. And also gives people, again, another nice break.
Okay, so yeah, I'm announcing straight after this.
Yeah, I put you on 2 in a row
Thank
because
you
that's when
so
I had you available.
And
We'll be with Trooper, who is currently track
doing
taping.
the skating and putting the tape on his nipples,
Yeah.
on their nipples. Yeah, and then I go and vote. Yay for photo finish.
I'm going to take these cords and then go find food and then just loiter around for the rest of the day and check everything's ship shape.
And that's the rolling whistle for the official timeout to be over and skating.
I believe that was a team timeout that time.
Yeah.
Is that official?
Did I? Oh my gosh. Thank you, team.
So we have Beats on the Gemma line for some state up against Namazoo and Perth.
And the track looks amazing. Thank you so much, Cooper.
And thank you to our dedicated setup crew who are here bright and early setting up everything.
Yeah. So much dedication to the sport. And Booty.
That's Beats.
Oh, my goodness, Beats. Thank you.
Lead Gemma for some state. Namazoo still looking for an exit. Meanwhile, Beats is through for 4 points.
And, you know, every
I'm not
time
sure what
Beats
just
goes
happened, but it
around,
looks like Namazoo tried to take a hair whip off Boo.
tried to do a what?
Hair whip.
That, I'm just looking at Beats. Every time Beats goes around, they do a little bit of state adjustment.
You're just mesmerized.
Mesmerized, exactly.
Now we have Peacock with the Jammer style for Perth.
You know, and I just realized that their pants kind of like a peacock. They're like me.
Coordinating.
I know.
We have Sunstate 142, Perth 96. We will have time for one more jam.
One more jam. I wonder what I would coordinate to my name.
I don't know, maybe pants with like ice cream on them.
Turning butter. Maybe.
Alrighty, we have shortstop jamming for Sunstate and
rack for Perth.
And shortstop lead jammer. Oh, fantastic footwork there by Shrek to get around Brad.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, oh, and the unofficial score, this game is over. Put a fork in me, people.
Shortstop calling the jam. We are currently at 140 for Sunstate versus Perth 96. Just waiting for that rolling whistle.
Did everyone even though we're muffled?
Yeah.
What is to eat?
Okay, well, while we're waiting for the score, Sana says, what's to eat here? Well, I mean, the officials have Subway, but we have a lovely assortment of tater tots. I think they're called gems here in Australia. Wedges, chips, chicken tenders, and sandwiches.
But we have had that rolling whistle. Sunstate 142, Perth 96. I have been Purple Rain.
And I have been thinking, thank you so much.
Coming up next, we have Sydney Roller Derby League versus Pirate City Rollers.
Pirates. Hodo. Sorry, Hodo. Everyone's
right.
like Hodo.
Hold
161 Femme Brutale, 288 Chaperon,
That's so
3
loud.
Spunky,
Maybe.
5 Think. Am I too loud? Let me lower that. 505 Rainbow Smash, 51 Surround Pound,
Maybe.
7 Push and
Maybe.
Boots,
Say
711 Mother Fuzza, 73
They're running through this
Terratoma,
volume switch because they're
74
on
Golden
this mix.
Vitriol, with the bench crew, Velvet Whiplash, Femme Brutale, and
Go easy with that
Tom
one. That one's a bit of a
Moore.
Meanwhile, for Pirate City Rollers, the Pirate Union, we have 111 Serious Crash Unit, 12 Burrito, oh, looks like it might have been a late scratching, 126 Smith, 13 Iona Shotgun, 175 Jaws, 187 Primeval, 199 Monsterella, 229 Diamond, 43 Pigeon Defective, 50 Sadistic Doll, 6 Mother of Dragons, 76 Skulls and Morphine, 8 Ivy Canivy, 92 Mad KO, and 946 Velocikitty. And on the bench we have Icky, Chrissy, and Pavey.
Yay, everyone. And we have ticket sales roaming around by Mars in the green cap. Already with Swear.
Oh, yeah, Velocity.
So this raffle has wonderful, so the tattoo voucher, some fun stuff for the bedroom, some other things for other
I
reasons.
saw food in there.
Ooh, no, I saw something for puppies or kitty cats. I saw like a nice little
Is that the
mug.
sexy box?
It wasn't the sexy box, no. That's
Okay.
not what, no. That's not what you want there. No. A lovely doggy blanket and a lovely cup about something about I love my dog or something like that. So, but yes, definitely outside of that sexy box. Now for that referee, we got Roger Ramjet and the non-skating official, that's Ed. Lovely skating. Yes.
Excellent. All right, everybody get your backsides, trackside. It's about to begin.
I might go like out to the foyer to see how the string's going.
Easy done. Game 3 of the Pacific Invitational Sydney Roller Derby League versus Pirate City Rollers.
With the first lot of blocking pairs and jammers on the track. Now, Supernova is captain, and they gave us a little bit of notes. So Supernova, she's been playing with SRDL since 2024, but skating derby since 2019.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's a very comprehensive list of skater notes. We will eventually go through all of them. Meanwhile, trackside, I believe that's a Rampage for Sydney.
And for Pirate City, you know,
I wouldn't say it's coming up, but it's
Yeah.
not. It's Ivy Canivy.
Ivy Canivy and
Definitely Rampage.
Lovely. Okay.
Both
Both,
them underway.
yeah, both skaters, both jammers trying to get out of the pack.
Ivy Canivy out for lead jammer. Number 8, Ivy Canivy. No rampaging through the pack and on their initial.
Rampage completely slamming their way through. And they've been playing derby since 2011.
It feels that long. First points on the board. That's 4-0 to Pirate City.
Yeah.
What other notes do you have there? Ooh, Glam Cracker.
Glam Cracker, I love that mask in that picture. So playing derby since 2012.
There you go. Skating with SRDL since 2024. And you'll never catch them on time for work.
Yeah.
Second track now, it's Yoshi versus Iona Shotgun. I absolutely love
I have to say, I love that name.
it. It's so good.
It made me laugh so much.
Meanwhile, Iona ignoring everything that's going on and lead jammer.
Yes, with Yoshi for the initial pass.
Yeah. Fox the Capitator just making sure that they maintain their points. So just 3 for Iona Shotgun.
With Bethany composing herself and doing all the things a jam ref does. And we have Hodo for Sydney. And
You hold it long enough, it'll come.
thinking
Thinking's cheating.
Mozzarella.
Mozzarella.
I wasn't looking at the board.
That's it. Mozzarella on their initial. But,
Hodo trying to get through pass.
yeah.
Here in South Park City Pack calling out before Mozzarella can get any points.
Looks like there's 3 points awarded there.
0 for Pirate City.
All right, so a 7-3 game, nice and early on. The action's been quite exciting trackside. I've been fortunate enough to be sitting in the middle. There's a track goblin doing all the taping.
I saw you did some taping on yourself as well.
I did. You've got to keep all the repairs up to date at my age.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, ignoring all that, Rampage is through and down for lead jammer.
Oh, yeah. A little bit of fall, but a quick recovery for Pirate City. Jammer.
Yeah, it's like yours, it's memory serves.
Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't see the name.
Yeah, I got to follow a few of these people around the track. Carnage, a while ago. Friction. Yeah, no, Chop Top. That was it. Such a fun memory.
Fun.
And a nice quick call up there. 3 points to 0.
Yeah,
There's no
no.
4 in there.
That's a good strategy. Like each jam, getting a couple points, you kind of eke your way into getting into that winning position.
The starters orders with Dino, who is sending off to the World Cup as an NSO.
300 games recently. They reached a 300 mark, Dino.
Fantastic.
That's an amazing feat. With Yoshi trying to get through the pack.
Ivy Kanobi on their scoring run. Digging in nice and quickly there.
Checking out to see where Yoshi is on track.
Waiting for the bench call and a quick tidy fall off there.
Did it work in their favor? Looks like it did. With Pirate City not getting any points.
And just a quick 3. Otherwise,
Yeah.
Sydney didn't get any points.
No, Sydney didn't get any points for that jam.
Pirate City picked up the 3.
No.
They're the ones in the ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is really messing with my mind.
I can do colours now. I just can't do numbers or penalties. That's why I don't do.
Something I've heard about you.
Yeah, there you go. That my legs are little and I can't OPR that quick.
Very, very wonderful. So Hodo is the lead jammer here for the Sydney team.
Yep, and Iona Shotgun still digging their way through.
Now you gotta believe. You just gotta believe.
You do.
You know, getting yielded back, but then finding a way out to the inside of that apex. Well done. Iona Shotgun. Let's just hope that Iona Shotgun doesn't also have bullets.
Nice quick ball off there. And points remaining still very close.
Very good. And these jams are not lasting the 2 minutes. They're a quick turnaround.
Can't complain. I really enjoy a nice quick jam. It's 14 all at this point.
That's very exciting. Yes. So Sydney got 8 points in that jam. So well done, Sydney. Okay, and then the jam is on. We've got Mozzarella and City as a lead jammer.
Fantastic work there by the New Zealand Wars.
Rampage trying to still find a space to get through that Pirate City.
That's it. And Ronnie and friends making short work of Rampage at that point.
Pirate City owning all of that ground, keeping all of their boots air.
Lovely hold on there by Monster. Let's get through for another 4. And the all players back on track now, so at full strength. There's the star
No.
pass.
Yeah, there was a star pass for Terraforma,
That's
who
it.
is now champ.
Are they unlucky enough to not get any points that time though?
But Pirate City, they got 10 points that jam.
Come on, you just hello, puppy. Hello.
A little bit of a track maintenance by the lovely Felony, while the refs in the center talk about all the referee things.
That's it. I think it's not really to flex. Center track there. Whistle timeout.
You know, making sure they got everything copacetic, dot the I's, cross the T's.
Pathetic.
It is a word, right? I don't
It's
just
like
make things up.
Copacabana, except less alcohol, more aesthetic.
Coca-Cola.
Oh, yeah, could be.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I'm done.
So I don't know what any other things that will go.
Nothing appropriate. No, not this time of the day.
Wow.
Trying to think of those
Oh
little.
my God, that's why. That makes sense now. I saw that when I like earlier, and I was thinking
I thought it
that's
was
a very
Dick Turpin.
interesting match.
So highway robbers.
Yeah, highway
Yeah,
robbers.
Yep. But no.
It makes sense with the context of Pirate City. I get it now.
Oh, I thought you meant with your contacts in.
No, in context, not with
Oh,
my contacts. I got laser for long sizes.
Excellent. Does that mean you can see short distances? Isn't it the opposite?
Well, no, I can see long distances now with my laser, but I got old, so now I can't see
Oh,
short.
there's not an excuse.
Old,
Except maybe to not jam.
old is an excuse,
I
yeah.
keep thinking about it. Hey, Yoshi out there in Sydney.
Oh, I love it. Yeah,
Oh,
and
wow.
who's in Jaws?
That's Jaws. Yeah.
Da-da,
I've taken around the track with my fin up.
Okay, pin up.
Yes, I paced them and made their sounds. I got lead and then they walked past me.
Oh my
I
goodness.
did Jaws music.
The fins always do that. It's always kind of sad when they're trapped or something, right?
Oh, you're thinking killer whales. Or
Like little dolphins or something.
sad dolphins. Which are what killer whales are?
Orphans.
They're a family of dolphins rather than
They
a
are.
shark. Yeah.
Exactly.
We cover the angle of the tail. It's horizontal, not vertical.
Hey, we learned something today.
Yeah, I try not to do it too often, but sometimes I do too. Okay, Hodo up against Ivy Kanavi. Ivy Kanavi
I
actually.
didn't know. Yeah, lead jammer. That's
Oh.
amazing.
Close pursuit.
Now, talking about the city jammer Hodo. Hodo says a shout out to Triple Eight and shout out to my wife and Derby goddess Minky.
And they identify as non-trinary, so jammer, blocker, and pivot.
I love that. Can do, but these days mostly jamming. Can do it all.
Except for ball sports. You'll never catch me playing ball sports.
Except for ball sports.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
well, there you go. And
Yeah.
then we'll do a shout out to their wife and Derby goddess, Minky. So,
Give it up for Minky.
if anybody's listening anywhere but here, that's for you, Minky.
Yeah. And we have Iona Shotgun for Pirate City and
That's push, I believe. Push and boots.
Push and Boots.
It is indeed number 7 for Sydney.
Yeah. So because that's Gator was ours, no pass, no penalty for Push and Boots.
Lovely
And that
instruction.
jam gets called off with any points. I'm having a look.
So the score is now 32 to Pirate City, to 17 for Sydney. Mr.
No, we gotta
First half.
kind of stand up and look around and kind of bob our heads.
Push.
There's push. So push said, "You never catch me anymore." Ha ha. That's the plan.
Star on my head, pushing in my boots.
Yes. Who's the cameras now? So we have for Pirate City, Monsterella, and
Monsterella.
Rampage for Sydney, yeah. Monsterella is out of bounds, but I think we got that.
Yeah, it looks like Papa Fuzzo was trying to use the force on that one.
Okay, really, I missed it.
They did. But this was those apologetic hands after they've cleaned up the jello. Which one or the other?
Love that.
Looking for my key. Trying to do like a.
What do they look like?
Do they look
Okay.
like keys?
Are they these keys?
It's this key.
Oh, I'll poke your hole, you can't hit me. Yeah, quick elbow. Okay. No, don't let us know.
Okay. So the peeps are just hanging out as there's a little bit of a wait. Sure why. Nothing is obvious unless it's a
Essentially, scoreboard issue. There's a big huddle going on. It's all very exciting. We're at the far end of the room now, so we don't just get to listen in.
All right. So everyone, the announcers are normally on the other side of this venue. So we're in a new space, and we're like, I don't even know.
It's like our records have been known and being put in the naughty corner.
I feel like I've been naughty.
We
It's
could
an
be upstairs, it would be more interesting.
I know. It's official timeout. I wish we were. That's what it is. It's official timeout. I see it now. I see what is happening. So checking things out, doing all the things.
You know, Dino signaled the timeout earlier, but then wandered off to do some NSA business.
I guess so.
Business. And another track problem exit there by Felony.
Oh, something about a t-shirt. I say the big t-shirt related. I don't know.
Meanwhile, in the centre, the action is really continuing where Stitch looks for their keys. If anyone has seen Stitch's keys, if they could let them know, we have no idea what they look like.
Other than they
But
look like
neither
keys.
do they because they can't see them.
And I love nerdy suspenders that's in the center there.
Yeah, absolute
Beautiful,
style points.
beautiful color. Yes.
Yeah, I had to leave the centre once they arrived. It was couldn't afford the glam. I can't meet those
You were,
expectations.
it's not worthy of the glam.
Not worthy. If we had a roving reporter Rumpy, we could find out what was going on.
Yeah. Rumpy likes to move around. I like to sit.
They do. Don't they go to Kenya? That's
They-
moving around.
No, they went regional. I don't think they went as far as Kansas.
It's all. It's so vast.
Really?
It is.
Isn't there vastness below times as well?
Yes.
I think they're there. Below times and not
In the
vastness.
vast. In the vastness of nothing.
Below times.
If you've seen Rumpy or Stitch's keys, you can just come and let us know at the box.
Yes, exactly.
Meanwhile, we'll play some music for you.
Oh, we should. Wait. Let's do that.
Don't forget, if you've got any requests, come and make them because you're guaranteed to ignore them.
Yeah, we'll ignore them completely.
Also, take this opportunity to buy yourself raffle tickets available at the door or from our roving rappers.
Yeah, they're going to be, you need to be here apparently for this raffle to go off.
We'll be
At 1
out
o'clock on Monday.
lunchtime.
So yeah, if you pay for them, you need to make sure you're here trackside to get it.
That's it.
So I'm altering my plans on Monday to make that happen. Okay?
Meanwhile, back on track, we have Jaws, the Pirate City, and I believe that's
Photo.
for Sydney.
So photo is in the front of the pack, trying to get through the Pirate City's wonderful defense with the pivot 1-0-1, trying to get some space, and that was successful. Photo got out of that triangle and had one more skater to contend with. before getting lead jammer status. So that was Altitude 101 doing some wonderful offense to get that done. With that being called off. And Altitude playing with SRDL since 2024, skating since 2011. And you'll never catch her running. Only run on skates, I guess.
And you'll find them skating blocker.
Yes, all the things, except for jammer. See a jammer in there. Oh,
Yeah, it could be offensive and still be a jammer.
it
And
looks like
again,
Yoshi is Sydney jammer. And Ivy Kanagi.
wow, I've got to get my eyes lasered. You could read those numbers from there.
Yes.
All I
got
wanted was sharks with freaking laser beams.
Come on, people. I've been evil for freaking 20 years now.
Looks like there was a point awarded within that Dazzle Zebra for Sydney.
Everyone says, let's now come together and make shapes.
And do the dirty things.
Yeah.
That's a 4-3 pack advantage to Pirate City, who are in the white, for those watching at home.
And Ivy Kanagi getting after Pirate City.
Closely followed by Yoshi. Always great to see people putting the speed on and the mess that the pucks make of each other. And a lovely quick call off there. A little bit belated apex jump.
Oh my goodness.
It feels really hard as a jammer to let it go. Those whistles are going, you still want to pick up those points.
You're in the air. It's really hard.
Do we have a raffle list or a vendors list? Vendors list? I was going to say they've already had a good hard look through here and through the middle.
Yes.
So new jam 14 in this first half with Iona shotgun and pushing boots.
Yep, and we're out for lead jammer.
My goodness, it's very, very fast. Everyone is shifting back and forth. Oh, that was a solid legal hit.
Absolutely. It's a serious crash unit on the receiving end of exactly that.
Yeah.
Lollies.
So with the Pirate City Jammer trying to get through on the inside of Apex and calling it off.
The frantic call of call.
Good strategy, yes, because we have a Sydney Jammer on the bench, push and boots.
In the box for trying to get sturdy.
Yes, which this jam is a power jam.
I got nothing. I found the Turkish delight, so I can't make noises. Are you okay?
I think I'll be okay. Yes, so we have mozzarella for Pirate City and push and boots for Sydney. In this jam, mozzarella out of that patch, lead jam.
Yeah, squeezing away around Rainbow Smash, who got hit by Bronny Diamond.
My goodness, just getting in by their toe sock on that line. Have one left. Jammer that was doing a really good job of getting their arms away from the situation, just tucking them.
As long as they possibly could out the front there for that last pass. There's the whistle.
Yeah, I think that was Toma that was the holding that Sydney Jammer with just her shoulders, her arms really tucked back. Reminds me of our BCR member Pace that said, Tell me how, without saying that you get a lot of forearm penalties, without telling me you get a lot of forearm penalties. Chuck those bad boys back. So we got Rampage.
Rampage is the lesser known French player from Sydney. Not too hard. That's Jaws out.
Yes.
Doing the damage. Rampage is still circling it back
Trying to
to back.
get through that. And
Beautiful work on the
Rampage
outside.
is
Yes, they are going on their Rampage. Forcing that call off by putting on some pressure there. Oh, thank you, Rampage. Of course, they are lesser known half brother, Decoupage.
Yes. Of all the pages.
That will keep them guessing.
We have Yoshi on the camera line for Sydney, and Ivy Canidi for Pirate City.
Yeah, fortunately, Ivy got out, got lead, and traded their number nice and early, so you can see.
Oh, thank you.
That's the weekend.
Yes, it was. Awesome. All right, so while the jam is getting called off, and Sydney gets what looks like 3 points. Pirate City, no wait, Pirate City gets 3 points, my bad. Sydney gets 0. The Pacific International Raffle Riot has an Alice Badger tattoo voucher. Alice Badger is a wonderful tattooist, has done a few of my Village of Regards tattoos as well as my own. Murder Mystery Voucher, Party Pack, Fitness Pack, Balls Pack, Treat Yourself Pack.
Get creative pack, headlocks pack, the winter warmers, fan pack, and
And pack that I was talking about earlier.
oh, there you go.
Very exciting. Thank you, Johnny Pack.
Well, I can see Hodo out there jamming for Sydney.
And Iona Shotgun for Pirate City doing all the things. Iona is lead jammer for Pirate City.
Absolutely 1-3 Iona shotgun.
Yep, with Mother of Dragons getting into the penalty box for Dirty Tom.
Hodo trying to do a 1 foot turnaround there and maybe just to snipe a couple of points. Fantastic work.
Yes, well
Always
done.
good when you get a shanking when the other person falls off the jam.
It is, you know, a little bit of power, a little bit of speed, and you get a few points.
And of course, the shanking turns into a spanking if they call it off at 0 and you pick up all the points.
So the spanking is worse.
Which reminds me, $5 a ticket, you get a chance to win the 60 bucks.
Turn that spanking into something nice.
Right, right.
Yeah, better something. The mozzarella jammer for Pirate City gets out a new jammer.
That's it, taken all the way to the end by Rainbow Smash, but managing to escape there. And that's 288.
Sakura out for Sydney. With the jam powder.
Just the full 4 fingers. That's a Kit Kat of points, is it not? You get 4 fingers in a Kit Kat?
You do get 4 fingers in a Kit Kat.
There you go, we'll call that a Kit Kat.
I like that. Kit Kat points.
My ex's nickname was Kit Kat. You get 4 fingers in a Kit Kat.
I just.
The things you can't say.
So we have Rampage for Sydney as jammer and Jaws for Pirate City.
Outstanding George, getting absolutely worked over by the Sydney wall at the back end. Nice ball on the inside. And as Mother of Dragons comes in to loan some assistance at Rampage, on the Rampage, coming through for points now.
Oh, and knocked out Advocate Yield back. What a good defense by Pirate City.
Yeah, just pushing the hips around and then riding that bump out to pick up a couple of extras. It's like 2 points awarded.
The things you can do with your hips. Amazing.
I know. Right, you're thinking.
You're only human. You're getting those looks. We know what you can do with your hips. Follow by the. You got the look.
So Cindy has 22 points. Yoshi is jammer.
Yeah, Pirate City have 71 points. And I have Ivy Ivy as jammer.
I have to say, I really love the name. The name.
And you know the name, oh my goodness.
All the things. There was a little bit of, yeah, very much Yoshi just trying to find a space, and they did. I forgot what I wanted to talk about. I was just so amazed at Yoshi's tenacity in that pack.
Yeah, Ivy Ivy looking to get that pack running forward and trying to outpace Lucy, but finding the error in their ways.
Yes, and that's what I want to say. I love the Derby names. I always wonder how people end up with their names. I know how I ended up with my name, and it's Pittsburgh. I didn't pick it myself.
That was always the thing. If you didn't pick it soon enough, someone would pick one for
I
you.
know, and it's the creamy, you know.
There you
so
go.
there you go. If you don't pick your name soon, folks, people will pick it for you, and then you end up being creamy.
That's it. Or you can pick several names and use them for different tournaments in different states. Sometimes I jam as hellhole pretty.
Can do that as well. Sounds like you were ahead of the game.
Quite possibly.
Okay.
Too much money, not enough sense.
I think that's a good problem to have.
Thank you.
Too much money. I wouldn't mind having that problem.
Gotta use those hips.
Oh.
Team timeout called there by
Oh.
Pirate City.
Oh.
You started it.
Oh, God. That's hilarious.
Oh yeah, that's right. The microphone is on.
Gotta be, very careful in this announcing box. I might have to shower after this to make myself clean again.
This is why you don't get to do the live broadcast, because it picks up everything you say.
So yes, team timeouts, and everyone is sorting out their positions on track at the moment while I think that team timeout has finished.
Yeah.
Yes, 5 seconds has been called.
That's why I like jamming. You only have one position, that's behind the jammer line.
Yes.
So much simpler.
Yeah, you just gotta keep on running forward.
Like I own a shotgun, who is now lead jammer.
Yes, and Hodo trying to find a space as well. I own a shotgun made that look easy, and a little bit of a gravity check there.
3 for 4 points. I listened for a call. And I heard another occurring there. And a nice call off.
0 points for Sydney. But then also, did Pirate City get any points?
They did.
Well, it didn't look like they did. Sometimes you just need to,
Do that.
and call it off before
Yeah.
the other team gets the points.
Better to have double donuts.
Yeah. Then you having a donut and the other team getting it. So,
That's it.
who do we have? Yeah, we have Mozzarella for Pirate City.
Yeah, Terraforma running them all the way out to the front. Absolutely beautiful work.
We're pushing Boots as the jammer for Sydney. Past their initial pass.
And another fast pack developing.
Yeah, you gotta sometimes keep it moving.
That's it. As a jammer, I really enjoy a fast pack. I just don't enjoy having a fast jammer chasing me.
No, and that's right. But the thing with the fast pack is then it's harder to make the shapes, and
That's
it
exactly
creates
right.
more room for a fast jammer to get through.
That's what we're hoping for.
Yes, that's why you, as a jammer keeper, you love the fast pack.
I do. And I also love it when the pivot takes the start. We run it really fast and we have the room to develop.
Yeah, that's really good. So pushing Boots, having the successful pass over there.
Another trail of bodies left behind.
And
That's
right?
like
Yeah.
this mad tail.
Yeah, with Supernova on the floor, a little bit of time, but got up and was okay. So we have 6 minutes and 50 seconds left of this first period. And Sydney is at 32, and Pirate City Rollers is at 79.
I want to say it's still anybody's game.
And you'd be right.
There's at least another half of Derby to go. And if you can pick up that many points, so can the opposition.
That's right. And sometimes Derby is played in-house. Sometimes teams kind of get that warm up and that momentum in the second half. And that really can just change.
In a heartbeat.
Tickle my throat.
Ready, please, Miss Music. What music do we have? Is it just a music button?
Oh my god. What's that in?
So, another game on board at 3 p.m. Adelaide Roller Derby versus Perth Roller Derby. So make sure you are still around for that one. And then following that at 5 p.m. Pirate City Rollers will be back up against State Roller Derby. And then of course at 7 p.m. it's Brisbane City Rollers BCR versus Adelaide Roller Derby.
7 p.m.
I've heard of that time. There you go. We announced it earlier, but we haven't got a description.
So during this official timeout,
Yeah.
let's talk about. Oh, I was about to
What's
talk
that at
about
the back of the
raffle,
chair? Oh, that's just a
but
thing.
we're back to Derby.
It's how it happens.
All the Derby all the time.
Father's orders underway.
Everyone on the pivot line draws for Pirate City, and we have Hodo to jam for Sydney.
And Hodo, I believe it is. 1-4
Yeah.
for Sydney.
Oh. Doing all the Derby things at the moment.
Absolutely being held at the door and finally through on their initiative.
The zing.
A lovely slicing move there by Jaws. They're going to need a bigger boat.
With both jammers right now in
Oh, beautiful spin there.
the
by Lee Clark.
blockers touches.
Yeah, well, just 6 minutes to go. It looks like New Zealand are going to run this one a bit longer.
I mean, why not, right?
Absolutely. It's all about the fitness and the fun.
It is. And, you know, I mean, Apollo got out of the triangle now, but if they keep on holding that jammer, give them a good point.
That's it. There's always an opportunity to gather them back in.
That was interesting. Also, the itchiest throat.
And it's a call off there by Jaws.
I'm still recovering from it.
If everybody can take a moment to have a quick look around themselves, and we were kidding earlier when we said Stitch had lost their key, but apparently they have. It's on a long black lanyard, and it's a single car key. So if it's within arm's reach, have a look, yell out, scream, cheer. I doubt there'll be any prizes, but they are a great photographer, and maybe they'll shoot you.
They can take really nice pictures.
That's one of them. Sorry, Stitch, we tried.
So we got Yoshi and Ivy can Ivy. Yoshi is sticking.
Yeah, lead wasn't awarded them, so it must be. Oh, Ivy Canivy stealing lead from Yoshi, who didn't manage to stay on the track for long enough to have it awarded.
Yeah, well, yielded back and had to try to get through the track.
Beautiful quick turn and call off there by Ivy Canivy.
Something happening with Yoshi Six out the back there.
Yep. Looks like a bit of lace maintenance.
Yeah.
So how tight you get them when you jam, they suddenly get very loose.
Yeah, because you're moving all the time.
Yep, pulling up all that stuff in the bottom.
Yeah.
No good at all.
Need to double knot.
It doesn't help. No, you end up with 3 or 4 extra inches of lace on the emerging once you keep up with those boots. A lot of inches, too, a lot of inches. It's at least 6 feet in the old movement.
So we have Iona Shotgun as the lead gem of the seed. Shotgun trying to find some space there in the inside line and
Yes,
it's
if you know it is
successful.
like shotgun or shotgun. Pronouns are shotgun. And a quick call up there by Iona Shotgun.
So quick, I can't even look up the chakram information to talk about everything. So, shout out to my dog Paige, the chakram.
Yeah. You never catch them blocking voluntarily.
Good to know.
And they used to skate with Wollongong Illawarra roller derby.
Yeah, and on track you'll find he's skating his jamming.
Rampage getting caught through at the back there for Sydney roller derby. And
Monsterella getting out as lead jammer, the pilot spinning.
yeah, Rampage, on the Rampage policy behind them.
With Supernova. Looks like they got a forearm pull. We got a couple players in the penalty box at the moment, which means that the next jam will go out with only like really 3 skaters from Sydney.
Yeah.
And the pivot from Pirate City is still in the penalty box.
Yeah, so a 3-2 take advantage to the New Zealand team. That's a 63-point differential at the moment. Slowly coming to the end of the first half.
That was so good. Jaws just got right out.
Yeah.
Use their fin power.
Their thin power. I like that. I like to invest in some of that. A lot of that.
Right on the outside. I have to say, they both blocking teams started out the pivot line, and sometimes it works wonderfully, but if you have a fast jammer, they love that. Because then before you know it, they're through.
I just got a little bit excited. I thought Rainbow Smash was jamming for a second there. Turns out they were just returning from the penalty box.
What would have happened if they were?
Greens are free. I'd love to see that.
It's been amazing. So push and boots is out of that triangle for a scoring pass.
Yeah, and they're clearing their box. Serious crush unit back on track.
So Jaws going in for another scoring pass. Just skating around and, getting all the points that they can to get a bigger lead in Pirate City.
Indeed, they are still lead jammer and are making the absolute most of the tightness of the legs coming into the end of the first half.
Yeah, the jammer is getting very successful around the Sydney pack. So it's happy to just keep on going and getting points.
That's it. Sydney meanwhile going for star pass to ensure that they can put some pressure on that lead.
Is that Teratoma?
It's Toma.
The pivot is now the jammer.
Lovely 4-point pick up there. Looks like they're going to skate it very, very long. You need to be mindful of being counterproductive with your laps.
And the 2 minutes are up, I believe. I think that wasn't called off by the lead jammer. So it's a 2-minute jam.
About to be. And I asked everyone to have a look within their arm's reach for a black lanyard with a single key.
Where did you think you lost it?
Are you
Where
wearing
I
it?
wish It was in my pocket. Because I had it in my pocket and the lanyard.
You checked the
was there.
loose?
That's one place I haven't checked because there's people in there and I'm like, well, don't you think you pick it up?
No,
So I'm going to
I'd
go
leave
back
it there.
in there in a minute. But yeah, so it's a Black Pride lanyard.
Okay, oh, it's done then.
Black Heart Pride. I don't
Yep.
know how you want to say it. Pride Heart. And it's got a nice blue front.
Okay, so that's halftime. Okay. So talking about Stitch's lovely lanyard, it's a black tie lanyard.
Black
And
Yeah. And then there's the
pride
key.
flag heart.
black with pride flag hearts. And it's not exactly it's a pushy button
It's a keyless
keyless
entry key. It's still a key.
It's one of those, keys that don't look like keys. They've got boxes with buttons on them.
Sure, let's go with that.
A black box with some buttons.
So if you've seen a black lanyard with, I'm out.
Buttons on it.
I'm going to sit here and eat my cherry ripe
You eat your cherry ripe.
as we slowly slide into the halftime show.
Oh yeah, and we're gonna put on some music in a second. But before we do, please go and get a raffle. $5 per ticket or 20 for 5.
Don't forget to vote.
Yes, I forgot. No, I need to do that after this. So you get a ball pack, a treat yourself, a sexy box, a fan pack, winter warmers, pet lovers pack, get creative pack, murder mystery voucher, party pack, or fitness pack. Did I mention the tattoos?
You did.
No,
Combo
that's not
money.
okay.
Yeah. And it's
From
$5
Alice
a
Becker.
ticket.
Yeah, no money. That's right.
$5 a ticket or $20 for
5.
5 tickets. So exciting.
What am I listening to?
Oh, I'm not feeling my commentary today. I feel like I'm asleep.
I think you're doing great. I mean, my comments
There you
are
go.
always quite sucky, so.
I'm like, no, I'm not there. Oh. So for Kit Kat's 4 points,
Yeah, Brookwood.
what are we going to do with
Well, double donut.
well, double donuts?
What's one?
It's going to be a Highlander.
Alright.
The only one.
You'll rock something.
That's it. But yeah, you got. It's going to be a piece or two to do. I don't know. It's like.
But I do like the Kit Kat. One double donut. But after you play with Kit Kat, you got to stick together.
Yeah. Kit Kat. You've got double donuts, and then there's a Kit Kat. There's six playing your card in the same game as the table next to the bench. Well, it says turn 1. Where they are.
The medics.
No, the bench.
The screen.
Screen. The long thin screen.
Words.
Word. Okay, looks like we've got a bit of a pivot war going on.
I would love to say that it's because English is not my first language, but that would be a lie. English is my only language. Yeah, that sounds kind of American.
It's American English.
American.
Meanwhile, ignoring everything that we're blabbering on about, looks like Ivy Kenobi out the lead jammer.
Yes, and Yoshi is still trying to find a fit. Ooh, honey, I found that, but tonight, no.
Very difficult sometimes to unentwine yourselves from bodies. Always sensible to take it slowly to make sure pieces are working.
Yeah, that was a little intense. I was concerned.
A little bit of a thigh bash by the looks of that. I skated through the pack the other week, got hit on either side by two swampy butts, and as I came to and rubbed my hips because they were sore, I accidentally pulled off the jam.
Oh, no.
Yep, I was rubbing my hips, and it got caught.
You can't rub your hips while you're the jammer.
While you're the lead jammer, don't you?
No.
Yeah, emerging from that pack like a chrysalis, turning into a butterfly, or whatever version of biology it's meant to be.
Yes,
Things,
and things and stuff.
butterflies, don't touch yourself while you're jamming unless you want to stop.
Unless you want to stop the jamming, don't touch yourself.
Don't do it.
That's everyone out there. That's the takeaway from today. Unless you want to call off the jam, do not touch yourself
On the hips.
on the hooks.
Thank you.
Rubbing, don't rub your thighs.
No.
And
Doesn't matter how sore they are. Doesn't matter how sore they are. Don't touch them at the same time.
Don't do it.
Repeatedly.
Because, saying that, every jammer does have a different way. Some are very
They do.
big,
Yep.
up and down with their arms to
So
their
very
hips,
casual and very tappy.
like a quick little tap.
Yeah. And as long as you've got your jammer's attention, that's great. But when you're in the throng,
Sometimes you
get
don't.
missed.
Yep.
That's it.
You got to do it really for a long time, very deliberately,
At least twice.
at least.
At least. You can do it once and pause. I wonder how long you can pause for before the second one.
That was confusing to me because I saw a jammer, looked like they were calling it and then they paused.
Yep.
And I waited as a ref, and apparently that was not a good thing.
It's a precursor. It's like, I'm about to pause. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
But if you wait too long, when does the second tap become the first of the new tap?
exactly. And that's why there's so many reps because you need to have so many eyes on this because it's such a fast game.
That's it. Speaking of fast games, straight through.
I own a shotgun.
Out the front, I have a shotgun.
Lead jammer Hodo for Sydney,
Yep.
trying to find through a space through those pack, and
Yeah,
they
we're
did.
angling their way around playing Eagle.
Yeah, and pull it off right when Hodo got to the pack. That was
That's it.
quick.
It was very, very quick. Looks like a 3 points quick.
Yeah, 3 points for Pirate City and Donut for Sydney. Because they just got to the back. They got to their own players.
That's it. You've got to get your hips past the opposition blockers' hips to count.
To
points.
make that count, exactly. And even the people that are in the penalty box, you count those hips as well.
But once you pass the first upright inbounds blocker of the new pack, you get all the not on track points.
All the points. So Monsterella, jammer for Pirate City, and Chakra for Sydney. And Monsterella's lead jammer for Pirate City. Again, Pirate City is getting lead jam status a lot, hence the score difference.
Yeah, the shot round coming in nice and quick behind, keeping that pressure on.
Nice little hit out from a Sydney skater to Pirate City. It looked like Supernova hit out a Pirate City skater, and that is also a really good strategy too. Because if you hit them out, they can't form shapes.
That's it. But Rainbow Smash turning into a Rainbow Splash there at the back.
What's that? Oh, I did not see. But
I keep saying they should jam. They don't want to borrow it.
they have the body of a jammer, you believe,
If
for
they're
this
body of a
stamina.
They do. I think they are
All
100%
bodies
jammer
are-
quality.
jammer bodies.
All
I
jammer
guess.
bodies are jammer bodies.
All
But
bodies
not
are
all,
jammer bodies.
not all jammers are apex predators.
No. Not at all. So, okay, so we have Pushing Boots as lead jammer for Sydney. And Jaws trying to find the way to deeper ocean.
An absolute wrong in there for Jaws.
Yes.
And finally out. Oh, looks like there's a cut back
Oh,
over the
cuts
chest.
to Jaws, so that means
Oh, yeah.
it is a power jam.
Which is more than just strawberry on toast. That's a power jam.
Yeah. Now I want strawberry jam.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so that looks like it was 4 points for Sydney and 0 for Pop. So, you know, when you get the lead jammer, you control the jam. And you saw that just then. Sydney got the points.
That's it. Yeah, jam only lasts 2 minutes. But once a lead jammer is awarded, which is that double beat and the pointing of the finger, they can pull the jam up at any stage by repeatedly tapping their hips.
Yeah.
As Ash Rampage will eventually display
Dude, yes, as
a
lead jammer.
as power jammer and lead jammer.
Oh my goodness, just ping ponging off of the shoulders of the blockers there at the Pirates.
Yeah, that was Smith. Smith just taking control of that outside line there.
They are so strong.
Yep.
That might have been Dr.
Yeah.
City player.
Picking up possibly a low block or walking out of play penalty, but
And
Rampage
Rampage
being sent to the bin
for Dirty Pride.
similar time. And of course, it's a 30-second penalty unless the opposition jammer comes in, in which case the time gets released.
And Rampage Unico lead jammer, lead jammer status, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, and lead has closed, so it will now be a 2-minute jam.
Yes. Okay,
Oh,
so
watch out for the pink lines. Make sure you stay on track.
the pink lines are lava.
The pink lines are lava. Jaws don't go to the lava.
Stay away.
From the lava.
So Jaws trying to get through.
Yeah.
I think they kind of forgot they were spinning on track just before when they were sending a message to the peak.
It's called amnesia. Sometimes you just forget what you're doing.
Yeah. No idea. Am I on track? What's going on? Now, Jaws coming back into the path into the triangle. So is Rampage. Spins out of bounds.
That's it. If you're going to do it well and make it pretty.
Do it with flourish.
With a flurry. And that's full time on that jam. That's a full 2 minutes.
That was fun. Let's do it again, everyone.
Don't forget, it is an audience participation sport. You're allowed to yell, scream, and cheer for your favourite announcers. I mean, players.
Yes. Scream and cheer for the players.
Drown out the tears of the broken jammers, the cries of anguish for the penalised players.
And Hodo, jammer for Sydney with Iona Shotgun for Pirate City.
Oh, Hodo this time out for lead jammer. Wonderful work. Iona in hot pursuit. They're having to do it the hard way through the entirety of the Sydney wall.
Ooh, and they do. They make it.
Oh, beautifully cut through.
Nice, right through. It was like butter. Just like butter, the way they just
Unfortunately, they also picked up the penalty. And now it's a power jam for New Zealand.
It's not butter.
It's not,
It wasn't butter.
not butter.
No, I can't
No.
believe it's not butter.
I don't know what the call was. It's obviously the types of margins, the margarines,
It's something.
not butter. I only shot down being met with a fair bit of defiance throughout the front. I
Yes.
believe it's Dr. Who.
Dr.
This is number 3.
What number?
Sorry, it's funky. It's like I'm just imagining players at this point.
Making them up as you go.
I am. Beautiful work.
Iona, another successful round around and
That's it. Meanwhile, Hodo back on track.
Everyone making shapes, getting close.
That's it. Look, once again, no lead drama. I can't see any pointing going on. It's going to be another 2-minute jam. Oh, that's a cutback Liberty against Photo. Another power jam advantage from Photo, who's been knocked barely out of play. Sometimes very hard to keep your feet when you're getting that extra bit of attention, which Teratoma did. It's not a Toma, it's a Teratoma.
It's a territory, exactly.
And it's throwing all over them. Oh, beautiful, speedy feet there on the outside.
Takes it off and goes around for another scoring time.
This is how the direction of what's being called against Sadistic Soul. So,
Jam called off. 2 minutes were finished,
yeah, 2 minutes have elapsed.
and it was just so nice to watch. I was loving it. I was kind of sad that 2 minutes was over.
It's always enjoyable to commentate, but it's enjoyable to watch.
I know. So whistles blowing, things are happening.
That's a timeout. I believe it's a team
Team
timeout for
timeout.
Pirate City. It's an opportunity to catch your breath.
Yeah.
Buy your raffle tickets.
Yes.
Get invested in some merch. Some of the team tables here today have some very interesting merch.
What are you hoping to get with your raffle tickets?
Let's see. I don't know. I think the tattoo voucher. Go see my money. Get me some work done.
Like you said, you did one with back tattoo.
Yeah, I do. I want to fall back. So, yes. And of course, once you do the tie, you need a fall back. No, nothing?
Is that a time that I just don't get?
Yeah, that's it.
Need to fall back.
Something to fall back on.
Something to fall back on, fall back.
Something to fall back on. Gotcha.
Fall back time.
Fall back. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's funnier the first time, but because I missed it.
Yeah, no, you didn't miss much. Not at all. Speaking of missing, team timeout has been completed. Unfortunately, with the licensing arrangements and the live broadcasting, we're not permitted to play too much raw music in between bouts. So
That's a shame because
you'll have to
I
bear
have
with
some
us.
bangers. Yeah, so I'm Ivy for Pirate City. It's a jammer Hodo
Yeah,
for Sydney.
clean pair of heels thrown there. Hodo returning to track now, but lead has closed upon them.
Yeah, and Ivy and Ivy, of course, free jammer for the starting off all style jam. Now we have 20 more minutes left of the second period.
Oh, lovely point control there.
Yeah, so we'll see Pirate City maintains its huge lead, or we'll Sydney closes the gap by a little bit.
Indeed.
Everyone with a nice little high fives there,
That's
coming
it.
off track. I love that.
Yeah, the sportsmanship is always on show at Derby. There's a lot of love on the track.
Yes, and it's such a wonderful sport because you get to hit people, you get to hit your friends, and then hug them right afterwards.
That's
It's
exactly
so
right.
much fun.
And if you're really nice, you pick up their teeth for them.
Pick up the teeth. What?
What? Or their keys.
Ah, pick up their teeth.
That's what we
But
meant.
sometimes we do lose your teeth. Our mouth parts fall out.
So pushing boots out for the lead jammer.
Yeah. Like it's stuck in the. Oh, and then they're out. Yep. So just listening to some calls, I was a little bit confused there, but it's all good. Okay.
And the shotgun
I know the shotgun. Yes, thank you. I couldn't
heading
read
in,
it.
and they're scoring pass up off their initial, picking up
Yeah.
4 points. But looks like they're going to run the jam a bit longer here. Pushing boots still proceeding through. And a quick call off.
Yeah, Prison Boots wanted to get a couple more points before falling off the jam. I mean, of course, that leaves Pirate City with getting some points as well, but they just wanted to get a couple more points.
So just under 19 minutes remaining in the second period, game 3, Pacific Invitational, here at Mansfield Sports Arena.
On this sunny day, wintry day,
Absolutely.
I love the temperature. I wish Brisbane was winter all year long, because it's just so beautiful.
I much prefer it when it's colder. Really suits the Kiwi on you. It suits New Jersey. The New Jersey.
Yeah,
The Devils fan?
yeah.
No, not into the hockey.
Not into the hockey.
No, that's a shame.
Mozzarella, lead jammer for Pirate City. Getting through for the next scoring pass.
Ronnie putting on some extra work down to the blockers. That's shock round. Getting absolutely pummeled.
Yeah, Shock ran with their helmet off because they're not sure what's going to happen at this stage. Although their pivot isn't on the track, so that would be a bit hard to pass their panty to a non.
Nothing more heartbreaking than seeing you pivot in the beer as a jammer.
When you're taking the hat off just for that help.
Just take it from me.
Just the assistant. I'm tired. I need to sleep. You do the work now.
My soul is crushed.
It is so crushing from time to time.
Looks like we have Rampage taking a victory lap, announcing themselves as being present on track.
Yeah.
We're not permitted to get an acceleration before the whistle, but we are permitted to have a speed and maintain it. So the guys are on track, but behind the jammer line.
Yeah.
And of course, I have seen it where the jammer has lined up right in front of the pivot line and done a direct pass.
I have not seen that before, so that is very interesting.
That was in my horde of things to try one time, and we had it done to us during the sprint. Of course, the pivot then needs to complete their initial lap before they're allowed to score points. That does cause some mayhem.
Causing mayhem, I love that. That is what Derby's about, causing mayhem. And Jaws is trying to find their way, but Sydney is causing some mayhem for that.
Rampage rolling around Pine Eagle, who's picked up a penalty from sins against Derby.
Yeah. So, and, you know, Sydney getting 4 points in that last jam, which was really good. Another 4 points, and was,
Yeah, Rampage finding the beautiful inside line while Jaws is eating the way through the pack.
yeah, fight by bite.
Sydney are chumming the waters and maintaining them. Oh, obscuring my view. Get out the way! Oh my god!
So this is really good for Rampage. Rampage.
Rampage.
Of course.
Yeah.
Just doing all the Derby things, free jammer,
Yeah.
falling off the jam.
It's
and
just effective,
on.
just rolling around them, monitoring them like a statue.
Having 8 points there. Oh, sorry. My
So there's a
bad.
few more.
Oh, 20 points.
Three scoring up
That's not high.
from the Rampage.
That's really good. Well done. Rampage.
Great try to say it like that.
Oh,
People are
oh.
back on track, things are happening, maybe we need to commentate on them.
Yeah, so Yoshi and Ivy Kanavi, both jammers.
Yeah, Ivy's green flash streaking through for lead jammer, Yoshi hot in pursuit.
It's like a blur. It's very hard. Sometimes you gotta thank goodness for their hats.
And one of
You're
those-
not looking for the stars. When they take their hat off, it's so hard to tell them apart.
I love that we struggle because I'm so used to calling it a panty. And then they've gone helmet cover. And then it's like, their hat off, their helmet off, their helmet cover off.
I don't go with the hat. For some reason, it's just an easy thing. But sometimes I can't think of panty, and I think of panties on your bottom.
Yes, which is why they prefer helmet cover.
Mm-hmm.
But hat will do.
I like that. It's just quick.
Yeah,
To take
I
the
like
hat
it.
off,
Take
put
your
the
hat
hat
off.
on.
indeed. I'm sure it'll catch on. Nothing.
It might not. And that's okay.
It may not ever catch on. Or it might do. Start your own league. I have a shotgun.
I
Not
know.
for lead, not lead. And push and boots, hot and pursuit.
Yes, and this jam came very, very fast.
Yeah, the crossovers are starting to happen a little bit earlier and a little bit tight, so it might be starting to get a bit slippery out there.
You think?
I do. There's been a couple of wild skates up here in turn 2.
This score does change depending on the weather.
It does.
So that is entirely possible. Could have been more sticky when it was colder. And now that it's warmer, it gets a little bit more slippery.
Slippery. It was slippery the other week when the humidity pushed through and it was like skating on ice with flat ice skates.
Ah,
Horrendous.
That was dangerous.
Stock ran out for lead. Gamma.
Great one. And really hustling around track. Everyone is being really fast to try to catch up with that food.
Yeah, Monster giving it some. Keeping that pursuit on. New Zealand running the fast pack out the front.
Love that. And calling off the gun.
Looks like just the Highlander, 1 point. There can be only one.
The only one.
That's sad enough it may take on.
You know, and there was no decapitation involved in that, so well done.
No decapitation.
Yeah,
Highlander.
yeah.
Got it. I got it.
Soundtrack by Queen.
Quality. Absolute quality. Speaking of quality, lovely segue. Looks like we have Jaws at the back for Team New Zealand up against Honolulu.
Yep. And photo on the top of that pack.
Yeah,
Getting
lovely
through.
work turning our Serious Crush unit round in circles. Ta-da. Here comes Jaws. Hold her off. And Eric stayed under the foot.
And pulling it off on the ground.
Yeah, done the Superman before. There's a low block penalty assessed against one of the New Zealand skaters.
Okay. See what happens.
Yeah, attempted an apex jump, but hit midair, slid along the track on my face, pulling it off. And there was footage. I didn't get to keep a copy of it.
I think that'll do it. Yeah.
Quite entertaining. Tropic Carnage, I believe it was.
Did you blow it up? Put it in your living room?
No, I didn't get a copy. I had the scars for a week. That was the best one.
Well done.
If you can reach your hips, it counts. Doesn't matter what position you're in.
Yeah. You could be spinning on your head as long as you can reach your head.
Photo was assessed the low block penalty in that fracas.
That's hard, isn't it?
Yeah, it's French word. I don't think it means hard though.
I don't even know anymore.
You speak French. Oh no, that's right. English is your second language.
You know, it's hard getting a low block. You know, we're getting a low block
That's the
call
person who's falling over.
when your body is literally out of control and you're in air.
You are horizontal to the track,
I know.
and all you were doing was running.
Yeah. You know, I think gravity should take a time out in the penalty box because I think the gravity's going.
Yeah, sometimes those apex jump photos though, gravity is turned off.
Yes. For the younger Jennas, I think there's less gravity for this.
Yeah, pretty sure gravity increases with age.
I think so, yeah.
Along with arthritis.
Yeah. So I own a shotgun is the Pirate City jammer. The Hodo, the
It's
jammer
in the
for, yes. But still the jammer for me.
You can still earn lead right up until that point where I own a shotgun took lead, and Spunky heading to the sin bin,
He wanted to join,
climbs against Birdie.
he wanted to join your phone. Okay, so Pirate City trying to make a little bit of space. And did create a little bit of confusion, so I own a shotgun can get through.
What's it? There's Primeval when Mr. Goal in the wall,
Hodo trying again because it got hit out.
and Pigeon defective. And there is Crash unit. That's a formidable, massive humanity to be up against.
Absolutely.
Iona saving Hodo the pain of having to endure that
Again,
and calling the jam off.
yes. But let's do that all again, shall we?
Why not? There's still 10 minutes,
10
40
more
seconds
minutes.
remaining.
Exactly.
That's at least time for 6 more jams, and guaranteed there'll be more than that.
Yeah, at least. So Jam 15.
That's a derby name you could have. Motherfucker. Motherfucker.
Motherfucker. What would that be?
Maybe. It's available if you want it. I can sell it to you. Ivy can Ivy, meanwhile. Green
AW
Street.
Jammer going for a scoring pass, calling it off before Rushes can make a scoring pass.
Lovely bit of work.
Yes. Strategy.
Just the three, not quite the Kit Kat.
so sorry. It's just stress points. And I don't know what kind of food goes with the Kit Kat goes with 4, but what's 3?
Triangle sandwiches.
Trifle?
Very bad trifle. I don't eat a tricycle.
Well, trifle. Is it
A
trifle?
trifle. Yes.
I think it's
A
trifle.
mere trifle.
Yeah. So Jaws trying to get through the
That's it. I thought they were going for the superhero landing, but not enough.
Yeah.
Rampage, meanwhile, up in serious crash unit. Oh, Primeval introducing itself to the welcome to the outside track and pigeon defective. Once again, the wall of hell looks like they're double shifting. And Rampage off to Le Oubliette,
Yeah.
the prison, the forgotten place.
Oubliette.
Oubliette.
Oubliette. So you do know French.
Oubliette.
It's whatever you said just then.
It's going to be in an oubliette.
Oubliette.
It means the forgotten place. It's the hole in the dungeon where they put prisoners to die. But for Derby, that's 30 seconds, which is a long time.
That is a long time. So do you know French, Chico?
No, je parle français comme une vache espagnole. I speak French like a Spanish cow.
That sounded like something. Like, you said something about Spanish.
Oui.
Oui.
Yes. Or just me.
Yeah.
Because English is your second language.
Yeah, it's a very hard language.
It is. It is indeed. It's the only subject I failed at school.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I know. The English speak bad, that's impossible. And I believe that's mozzarella jamming. I'll even double check the numbers to make sure, but
yeah,
yes, it is.
mozzarella is Pie Jammer, and then Rampage is the jammer from Sydney.
And now back on track.
Yes.
Everybody's aware it's the weekend internet.
So, yeah, and
Oh, mozzarella, beautiful.
getting out?
Any out any?
No.
Around Supernova.
Mm.
Picking up 4 points.
Yeah, Montreal is still trying to fight through that very, very good, strong pack, constantly knocking Rampage out.
Giving Rampage the trip to the back. Eating the baby. Knocking
Hitting
off the big
both.
waterfall.
Both
And a
blockers.
beautiful star pass being heard out there.
Well done. I didn't even see that. That was really good.
Oh.
Mother Felder is not
Yeah,
doing
Mother
that.
Father, open all day, 7-11. Open to jam.
Because what Rampage did there was still pushed, still pretended they were the jammer.
Yeah.
Didn't even see.
You've got to let them see the tears of despair in your eyes as you silently pass your cover to your pivot.
Exactly. You need to do it stealthily.
And then wriggle a little bit so they still think they're blocking you.
Yep, you gotta do that like angry
Little bit.
pencil.
Just a little bit. Angry pencil.
You gotta be the angry pencil
That
in
looks more like
the
you're selling used cars in Logan.
could be the inflatable things.
That's it.
Because if you still are the angry pencil, they still think you are the German.
I will remember that. It's a tool for my pencil case.
Put it right in your
Toolbox.
pencil box. Writing implement,
Yes.
sachet,
Oh, sachet. Is
sachet.
that French or do you keep sugar in it?
Either? Both?
Neither.
Mm.
I was about to say, pues que de vos, but I can't remember why can't we do both? In Spanish is. Thank you for that Spanish lesson.
That type of commercial, like, why can't you have both? It's like,
Seems reasonable. Speaking of both, we have both jammers back on track.
Chakra and Iowa shotgun.
Yeah. Is it?
It is.
Oh, that's, I never thought of reading the board. The board's a great place to look. Software out for lead jammer.
And it runs in front and calls it before Iona can get to the pack.
Yeah, the Primeval stopping Sydney players from running forward and forcing that call off.
Absolutely. So Pirate City Rollers, there's 6.5 minutes left in this game, has a score of 206. Wow. And Sydney 94. So, you know, this game has been very, very dynamic, but it just shows Pirate City has been doing lead jammer a lot
They have. They're taking a lot of advantage, but of course, as I always say, the game on track doesn't always reflect the scoreboard. There's so much work going on in the game.
So much work. And it's just amazing to see, like, they're both amazing teams.
Oh, that's a celebration there.
Job.
Parenting. Ivy Canivy. Feeling the full four, Fisted Fury.
Absolutely. And the new lineup is coming on track. And everyone is at the pivot line.
Rainbow Smash is on track, but not yet ready to jam.
No, not yet. Not gonna happen.
Oh, it may happen. Look what the golden oldies coming up.
As much as you want it to. Coming true.
But there's always potential. It can always go wrong.
And Jaws.
Once it
Lead
finds
jam.
yours, lead jam, I think, push it boots.
Are you gonna do the oldies skate?
Absolutely. I already nominated for the team selections as a team of one. And then was told by Buffy, just wait till the individuals came out.
Right.
Which one I nominated because of
Share that with me, because I don't think we are being paid for the team, so I would have to do it individually. So.
Would have to.
Okay, so, what was that, double donuts?
Yes,
Wow, okay,
another foot race.
another foot race. So then we have Hodo for Jammer for Sydney. And I am unsure until the board tells me
Is it
so.
Monster Run?
It is Monster
I
Roll.
can tell. Can't you tell? They have such a stylish way of skating, and today they're doing a bit of jammer on jammer action.
They are,
Lots to
and
beat, and job done
Yes.
sweeping around Altitude. Altitude making it the longest journey of Monsterella's life. And looks like
things are
might be getting
happening.
caught flat-footed at the back there.
Yeah, so we got it 229, and it's gone to the bench for Pirate City. That is Diamond.
That's Veronica Owen. That's the first time in the box, I believe. A very, very strong skater and having an absolutely glamorously clean record today.
It's almost 2.5 minutes left of this game. You get tired, and when you get tired, you make some, penalty errors there.
Ronnie's one of the New Zealand skaters for World Cup next year.
Really?
Absolutely. There's a few scattered in
There is a few New Zealand,
there.
team
Indeed.
players on the Pirate City roster today.
Wonderful. And of course, Ronnie quickly getting back on track.
Yeah, that was a really beautiful, like Monsterella was just going, just
Going round.
thank you,
Going round and round.
round and round.
224 in favour of Pirate City, over 95 for Sydney.
Yeah. 2 minutes, 2.5.
Yeah.
No, sorry, 2:50.
250, still time for Rainbow Smash to jam. Mimo Le Rampage. Oh, hit to the post. I had a shotgun. Oh, no, lead jammer was awarded to Rampage.
Is it?
It is. You can tell by the pointing.
Oh, too bad.
Yes, it's all I had in it. Bit of a time call going on. I am making the most of that opportunity to score. Not sure if they're aware of the status.
I don't know.
Oh, yes, they're going to skate it long. Always
Maybe
dangerous lead with points being scored against you that you pick up an earned penalty
All the things.
and call. Cool. Come and hang out. And for those who are interested, Stitch can find their keys. So we no longer need people to pretend they're looking.
Whoever was still looking with their sign.
Oh, just having a look here. No, there's some Turkish delight. Oh, I'll have to get rid of that to save confusion for later.
And now, okay. It's all the chocolate. Wait, no, there's more.
Indeed.
You have more.
Yoshi versus Ivy Canivy on track. Both teams at full strength.
And
Ivy on the
Ivy
outside.
Canivy getting out of lead jammer.
Wonderful work.
Wow. I mean, the blockers from Pirate City
There you go.
are such, they get you with such intensity. and power.
I've been on the receiving end of a few of those hips and shoulders. They're absolutely diabolically strong. I loved it. I loved every second of it that I can remember.
So, and Ivy Ivy also was getting a little bit,
A workover.
by
Yeah.
the Sydney Steelers, but got out of it.
But once again, Yost being hit into their own players and knocking their own players flying. That's how hard the body contact's coming.
Yes, and Sydney doing a really good job at reforming and keeping Ivy Ivy at bay, but only for getting
Yoshi's still getting hit at the 10-foot mark. 20-foot mark, should I say. It's a very long engagement zone and still getting belted at that level.
it just stretches out and it's still unrelenting.
Yep. Started fairly early. But Ivy can Ivy.
Yes. Oh my goodness. That was thinking about Derby thing.
Yeah, that's Bella Skitty putting in the kiss.
Thing. So
Once again, Bella Skitty.
you look at poker face from that ref.
Yep.
Sparky, the camera. But sometimes you try to get cues from the ref to see what I am.
Yeah, lovely call off.
Yes.
It's taking that time to the end. We're hitting the unofficial score.
This is the end, isn't it? My 20 points in that jam to Pirate City, I might add.
Absolutely wonderful way to finish. Of course, the non-skating and skating officials get together, have their last chat before it becomes the official score.
Yes. This is, that was an amazing game. That was a hard game.
Yeah, 252 Pirate City to Sydney's 105. Unofficial score may go up or down a tiny little bit. That's the big whistle. That's the big score, final
That is
score.
it. Well done.
Well done, Pirate City. Come on over and belt us around.
Yes. So I have been Christina Creamjaw announcing Sydney and Pirate.
Yeah, and I'm still Trooper, and I'm saying
Did you say your name before?
I didn't.
Goodness,
3 p.m. Next game coming up, Adelaide Roller Derby versus Perth Roller Derby. So take the opportunity now. Get amongst those raffles, buy yourself some tickets, get into the merch stands. Don't forget to eat. Let's support our venue.
Yes, all the things that she just said. Do all the things.
And more.
Thank you, officials of that.
Don't find the merch to rush upside. Get out there, get some high fives to those players. Don't forget, if you don't sweat, then you won't get the derby.
Yeah, you gotta rub up against them.
And win. We're getting so weird. I got lost amongst my weirdness. It was low blood sugar.
We weren't even commenting on Derby a few times.
But that's what you meant to do every now and then. Oh. I blame the lack of sugar.